Stars. Roar. Stars. UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is your Wolf Commander, Wolf 10, yet again today on Tuesday of all days coming up, of all weeks coming up, the Thanksgiving week. Giving you another episode of Wolf Commander Rambles. And today, since I've talked about the Underworld franchise last week, I think it is respectable that I will talk about the Resident Evil movie franchise this week on a Tuesday. Yes, everybody, yes. I talked about a, a tale of tales, such a time that two directors married their star wives and went to battle by presenting who has the better trophy wife. Oh yes, I remember such a time. I remember such a time that these movies were in rivalry together. Though though I believe that I preferred the Underworld franchise a bit more than the Resident Evil franchise, but that's only because the Underworld franchise was a bit more coherent in some spots, like I've discussed in the last stream. Celine was less annoying than Alice was in comparison, and that's the only reason why she got bad was because they like I said in the Underworld stream, they really devalue the importance. They really devalue the importance of hybridization in the Underworld franchise, which of course Michael Corvin was like the big deal in the first movie, but then his importance started to lose his importance began to wane as the series progressed, which I'm not going to cover. I already covered that. If you guys want to check that out, check out the Wolf Commander Rambles about the Underworld franchise. And without further ado, let me introduce our speakers of today. And Brian Gil Martin was first. Zawalu! Hey, Brian. And my wingman, Owen Lister. Yes, yes. If you guys haven't noticed yet, I believe you should have a wrench next to your name. And since you guys have a wrench to your name, you know what that means. You are honorary official wingman of the UN Space Sea Super Dimensional Fortress Fleet. Or we can just narrow it down to UN Space Sea Wolf Company. So big responsibility on that, guys. Please do not abuse that power. Please. You know what your duties as a moderator should be, but do not abuse that power. With great power comes great responsibility. All right. So let me begin. Hopefully, we'll get some more people. Please share this stream, guys. But let me begin with my experience with the Resident Evil franchise games as a whole. I started playing Resident Evil 2 when I was a kid, and I immediately turned that game off because it had zombies. And originally I had a huge, heavy fear of zombies back when I was a tyke. And I believe that at the time, I was afraid of zombies mostly because they just couldn't die. They were dead but couldn't die. Or at least, depending on which zombie movie you watched, they were pretty hard to kill. So my first foray to zombie movies was Night of the Living Dead, the remake, if you will. And we have my third wingman, Ivan Mendoza, the traveling immaculate scribe. So we have the Guyver Patriot and the traveling immaculate scribe here today. Let me begin again. My first introduction to zombies was Night of the Living Dead, the remake. the one with Tony Todd and what's her face? I can't remember for the life of me. But they just couldn't go down, guys. Then there was I think it was Return of the Living Dead that that cemented my fear of zombies. I don't know. It was another zombie movie that I can't recall. Pretty sure I saw the same movie, but just saw a different aspect. I was a kid, so I'm probably misremembering. Then there was the Re-Deads in Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time, and I was deathly afraid of those things. At least until somebody killed them, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not afraid of them anymore." Yeah, and once you get down to it, if you can kill it, then I'm not afraid of it anymore. I mean, I still be in fear of it because of what it can do. But oh, Scoony's here. I mean, Schooner Tuna's here. Huh? You, you become a regular. I might as well make you into a wingman too. Anyways, yeah. Once I find out how you can kill zombies through Monster Vision of all programs, then I started to be less afraid of them. I tried my hand at Resident Evil Remake, the first movie, not the first movie, the first game, and I immediately quit that one. It wasn't really mine, so I had to give it back because somebody was borrowing it, and I let them borrow my Rogue Squadron Rebel Strike at the time. So yeah, and then I got into Resident Evil 4, which I'll admit is going to have to be my most played one than later Resident Evil games, including Operation Raccoon City. I mean, admittedly, that game pretty scared me crazy too, especially with the regenerators. You know that sound. Anybody know that sound knows what's what's coming. Of course, I would have tried Resident Evil 3, but knowing what I read about that game before that game came out, stars, roar, stars. Yeah, I wasn't enough for that. I wasn't enough for Nemesis chasing me around throughout the whole game, and he just popping in and out of nowhere. Even entering the rooms where I'm study running around, you know, checking things out in the room. Yeah, I wasn't up for that one. I mean, if I did have the money to buy it, sadly, the remake ain't have left me no desire to play that one. I did play the Resident Evil 2 remake, the demo, and I kind of liked it. Brian Gilmore likes my regenerator impression. I mean, how hard is it to do a regenerate? Like, it's really not that hard to do a regenerate impression. All you gotta do is do a raspy breath. But rate me on my Nemesis impression, guys, if you like. Um, I think I'll just stop right there. I'll probably talk about the games a bit more in the later stream. But let me get into what this stream is really about, the movies. So before Resident Evil 4 even came to being, there was the first Resident Evil movie, which had me intrigued and curious. It Nowadays when I look back at the first Resident Evil movie, it's as I mentioned before in the Monster Hunter and video game movie stream, it did kind of now it tickles my criteria for what makes a good video game movie. At the time, it was okay it was pretty okay at the time. It has its issues. But if I had to own one of the Resident Evil movies, it would be just the first one. Anything else after that, wouldn't bother. I wouldn't really bother. But the first movie had really a good premise going for it. It had the Alice in Wonderland storytelling aspect to it, and funnily enough, the main character name is Alice. Her full name is Alice Abernathy, an amnesiac employee of the Umbrella Corporation. Of course, the first movie starts off with a complete massacre of every Umbrella employee due to a virus being the T virus being leaked into the air vents of the Umbrella Corporation. I mean, you see a lot of people die in such horrendous ways, and you may not see them, but these scientists that get trapped into this room that's now filling with water from the fire system. You know that they're gonna die a very painful, tragic death. I mean, a slow and painful, tragic death. I mean, you don't see it again, but you can imagine the the process, if you will. And of course, Alice is the lucky one because she and later on another individual get hit with a nerve gas that was technically supposed to kill both of them, but in a in a twist ends up giving them amnesia. I don't know how that works. I mean, it's nerve gas. Nerve gas is supposed to kill. Last time I checked. Anyway, she goes through the mansion that she owns and oh, we're gonna get into that, Brian. She explores the mansion, which really gives a good feel of what the games is like in the first opening part of the movie, where she's touring through the mansion proper. She goes through things, looking through drawers. Again, great way to put in the game's mechanics in a way, implement them. She opens up. Here's one thing I say is quite clever. She opens up a drawer, and there's weapons in it. Weapons, from guns to all sorts of guns and ammo. And you have to really admit that that was a cool way of implementing a game aspect into to a movie. I look back at that and I never really understood why. As a young, I never understood why there was a gun in her drawer. But after multiple watches, of course, especially when we later learn going forward in the movie, she's she's one of the top security agents of Umbrella. But it was a nice, unique way of implementing that whole, when you open up a say a compartment, you find a weapon or you find ammo or curables like herbs and stuff. That was pretty interesting for me, and it also you can also say that was kind of like a reference to the what's that thing called, storage box from Resident Evil 1 and 2, and of course 3. That was an interesting reference there. Pretty sure you guys probably knew that, probably made that connection, but still. And it died. And I like to say that this one was okay because even though we don't have Chris or Jill or Barry for that matter in this movie, it still had the premise of going into the mansion. I will uh I will I'll definitely get into your I'll definitely get to your comments soon enough, but I'm gonna keep continuing. You guys got some juicy comments to bite into. Um, yeah, even though they didn't really start off with the main cast from the games. It was an interesting cast to say the least because each cast represented a character from Alice in Wonderland. Like I said, going with the Alice in Wonderland theme of the movie, and I mentioned this in the game stream, the video game movie stream, that we had Alice as Alice. Uh, can't say Lidog. That's America McGee's Alice. I don't know what's Alice's name from the original book, but you had her. You had Kaplan as the white rabbit. I'm gonna say that I think Rain, played by Michelle Rodriguez. Sorry, let me back up a bit. Um, Alice, played by Mila Jokovic, now married to the director Paul W.S. Anderson, who wrote and directed this movie and the franchise going forward. I'm pretty sure there's other writers that also helped with that too, but still, um, one, I believe, I keep forgetting his name, Coleman, I think his last name. I know his last name is Coleman, I think, but he's a seasoned veteran actor. You just don't see him. You just don't see him that much in movies, but when you do, you know who he is. And he's been in a few movies like the miniseries Dinotopia. He was in another terrible Anderson movie, Alien vs Predator. He was the guy who got netted by the Predator and got stabbed for good measure by the spear. And I believe he was in a few, maybe one Mission Impossible movie, and he was also in that. I have to say this. I did not like Warzone Punisher 2. Yeah, let me stop right there and address Brian Gilmore real quick. Yeah, basically, well, technically, yeah, he would be. Well, actually, now that you mention it, he would be once we get further into the movie. Once I discuss further into the movie, yes. But I have another person that will reference the Jabberwocky a bit more, but unfortunately, they ditched the Alice in Wonderland theme later on in the franchise, which is sad because that was an interesting theme to implement into Resident Evil as a movie, from video game to movie. You so let me backtrack a bit again to address the characters. You have Alice as Alice. You had one, I believe was probably meant to be he's probably meant to be the caterpillar. I believe he was the caterpillar. He might have been because he if you really think about it, he gives a lot of exposition in the movie. You know, that's a weird. Yeah, I think he was the. I believe he was the caterpillar. Rain and JT, they may have been Tweedledee and Tweedledum for the group. I don't know who the Dormouse would have been, but I'll tell you who's the. Yeah, Spence as Spencer or Spence. He was Mad Hatter, which again we'll uh we'll get into to why he's the Mad Hatter later on. Um, and then you have Matt, the cop who's been investigating the Umbrella conspiracies, and I believe he was probably White Knight, or he might have been a Dormouse, or possibly the he was probably the Cheshire Cat, probably. I don't know, but going with the theme, I think that's what they were supposed to represent. It as far as character concerned. So let me fast forward. So they get into the still discussing the first movie. They're gone through a little mishap where Alice is pinned down by Matt. The Umbrella team comes in, secures Matt, subdues Matt, put him in cuffs. You know, he's claiming that he's a cop, and I'm putting that in air quotes, by the way, because we later find out that he's actually I think he's supposed to be some sort of investigative journalist, and I think he Matt is twofold here. He's twofold. I believe Matt is supposed to be uh both the Cheshire Cat and the reporter guy. I think Brian, not you, Brian Gilmartin. Brian from Resident Evil 2. I think he's supposed to be that character at the same time. I think that's what he was meant to be in the first movie, because we later find out that he's a investigative reporter trying to leak some information about Umbrella, the pharmaceutical company. And we have Casey Scott in the house. Hey, what's up, dude? And I'm taking, since you're here now, I believe you are probably having an off day from work, because you're never this early. So let me know in the comments if you're on an off day today, which congratulations if you are. I mean, working those janitor hours is not easy, guys. As much as we make it look easy, it's not really that easy. But I'll continue on. Mm. So we get the exposition of the Umbrella Company in the beginning of the movie. We get more exposition of the company again later on in the movie through one to Alice, who's now, since since she's the amnesiac, she is now the audience surrogate, if you will. The audience surrogate is basically the outsider who doesn't know what's going on inside the world or the story, and the characters are there. Oh, he's off. You're off this week. Nice. Casey Scott, you funny, man. You funny. I gotta highlight that. What's a day off? It's slow right now at work. Yeah, so the audience surrogate, if you guys don't know, it's a trope to where the character is the outsider in the world that the story is taking place in. So they are the ones that the characters give the information about the world to, and it's mostly for the benefit of the audience. I mean, it can it's a technique that can fail really. It can really fail, but if done right, you can really get your point across without making it needless exposition for your world. Like, say for instance, bad exposition only nice, Brian. Enjoy your day off next week. Weak exposition is given to a character. I would say it's a weak exposition if it's given to a character that should already know this. You know, if a pure example, and I love how DX originally named DX fan 619 pointed this out in his Star Wars critique video. He mentions that Rose Tico is explaining the whole corrupt politician aspect of the Star Wars universe to Finn, of all people, who should be well aware of this, since he's a child soldier. He should be well aware of what she's talking about, and yet she's talking to him about this type of stuff as if he doesn't know, as if this is something new to him. That's weak exposition, or really poorly handled exposition, and it's only so if it's explained to a character that lives in this world and should know this by now. unless they were born yesterday. But I'm getting a little off. Let me get back on topic. That's what, in short, Alice is now being amnesiac is now the audience surrogate. So now we're through her we're getting the information. Basically, we're receiving the information through Alice from one and many other people that talks to her. So we also get introduced to Spence, as I named earlier. He was hiding in a compartment of the train that was taken to the hive. Now the laboratory has been given a name in this movie, whereas I believe in the originals they never gave the lab a name. Aside from it being the Spencer Mansion. Oh yeah, it's another thing. I think Spence was also a reference to the Spencer Mansion, or I believe Spencer, one of the co-founders of Umbrella. I believe that's another nod to the games. Like I said, he's that's one thing I gotta give Anderson. He does do his homework. I'm very here's one thing I really have to kick myself in my own behind about is the fact that I have to respect Anderson do his research good. It's the application of that research is really where the problem creeps up, and that's the issue I have with him when we get into the later movies. He d- that's don't make no mistake about this, guys. Anderson, his heart is in the right place. I gotta be a little bit lean on the guy. His heart is in the right place. He does. I'm pretty sure he does enjoy what he does with his movies. He's a filmmaker. He's a director. It's obvious he enjoys what he's doing. But man, oh man, his application of his research is really lacking. That's the issue I have with him, or at least I wouldn't. A lot of people say he didn't care about the Resident Evil games or the franchise itself. But I'm like, there's some aspect, like when you hear him in interviews, there's some aspect of him that cares. Trust me. And it's obvious that within those interviews, he has found the audience that he's caring to. He knows which audience he's caring to. He's and that's not to say he's outright disrespecting the true fans of Resident Evil. He's not. He's not doing that maliciously towards us. This is not an attack towards Resident Evil fans. He just know the people who have never played the games and are going to come see his movies regardless. But he's also going to do enough to bring the fans in by throwing in maybe some fan service or maybe some recognizable characters in the movie. So his heart is in the right place. His application is what I have a problem with. The application. So make of that what you will, guys. You can agree with me. You can disagree with me. You form your own opinions if you like about the man. I'm not going to be the one to say you're wrong about it. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm only giving you my perspective on his thought process with these movies. You know, and it really shows in the first movie where his passion was at the height, considering where the franchise went, and I think his passion kind of I wouldn't say it diminished, but it kind of waned at that point. Once we get into the last entry, hopefully the last entry in the franchise. So one thing I gotta give, again, I gotta give Anderson and his team credit where credit is due. The camera angles they used for this movie is a very interesting choice. They wanted to mimic the camera from the original game, which was really cool when you really look at it, especially the scene where Alice approaches the dead zombie to get the I think get the gun. Again, call back to the game. Schooner, I can't wait to read that once I take a break to read your comments. Um, Again, call back to the game where she goes up to a body where you can sometimes get something from a dead body within the games. But that was like a really cool shot that Anderson got when she grabs the gun and check the. I gotta start looking at the comments. I gotta keep talking. I'm serious. I can't wait to sink my teeth into these comments, guys. You guys are giving me some really good things to discuss about. So that's one point I gotta give the movie was the camera angles in certain shots and certain angles, which I got really give credit where credit's due. What I didn't like that much was the memory flashbacks, where they're always having this very low texture and low frame rate. That got on my nerves. To this day, it still gets on my nerves whenever time they go into the flashbacks, Alice's memories and stuff. Every single time, I like, dude, wouldn't it have been a lot better if you went in real time and normal normal frame rate? Whew, that's a frame rate that I don't miss because the '90s used that frame rate a lot in most movies where they're trying to do a bit of slow mo. Uh, and we're gonna speaking of slow mo, we're definitely gonna go into slow mo stuff because yeah, yeah, I'm definitely gonna talk about that. Trade one headache and embrace another headache. Why don't you, Anderson? Really, dude? Creature effects not as great as I remember them. The zombie effects were hit and miss in some areas. Thank you, Corridor Crew, for ruining those shots for me. When we finally get into the shooting gallery scene where they're attacked by groups of zombies. Oh, you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me talk about the Red Queen for a bit. I love the Red Queen. I'm really not okay with it being a canon immigrant into the game franchise, though. And for those of you who don't know, whoever catch this in the backwatch, the Red Queen got adapted into the games via Umbrella Chronicles, the rail shooter game. And in one of the missions, she pops up, and I was none too happy about that. Along with the laser grid also being reused thanks to Resident Evil 4 that also had the laser grid. But I was not okay with the Red Queen or the reuse of the laser grid being implemented into the games that much. That was getting way too out of hand, especially when we get to Resident Evil 6 when I talk about the games franchise in another stream. But props to another props to special effects was the oh I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm sorry, well, I'm gonna have to tear into that comment. That's a half truth though. That comment that you just posted just now, that is a half truth. Actually, you know what? Let me stop real quick to address it. You can blame the Matrix movies for the bullet time slow effect. I wouldn't put the blame solely on them because bullet time was a thing before Matrix popularized bullet time. Um, the Shadow had bullet time. The Quick and the Dead had bullet time. So that's why I say it's a half truth. Yes, the Matrix popularized it, but they're not the ones to be blamed for it. It's just that movies. I would say the movies that preceded the Matrix, they um they trended basically. If I wanted to put the blame on something, I put blame on to later movies, for that matter, that try to implement bullet time for every reason, just for the same reason why the Matrix put in bullet time, because it's cool, with varying results, if you will. Some good, some bad, some in between, some not really necessary. But yeah, I wouldn't really put the blame solely on the Matrix for that matter. But they weren't. I would say they weren't the first ones to invent bullet time. They just uh popularized it, because bullet time was always here, whether you guys believe it or not. Bullet time was always here. Of the two examples I just of the two examples of that I just listed, and you should know that too, because you watched Gabber 2 Dark Hero, and that had bullet time. And what I mean by bullet time in that one was the infantile version of bullet time, where you got the perspective of the bullet where it's traveling. That was that was infantile bullet time. Whereas Matrix reinvented, not reinvented, but they basically they just made it look better. That's all they did. They made it look better. But I went on a tangent, so let me get back on track. The Red Queen, I got that was selling point for me from the commercial of the movie. You're all going to die down here. I didn't realize when I finally watched it that she said more. You got to get out. You got to get out of here. I implore you. So they have to disable her systems in order to proceed further in. Well, they disabled her now after half their team got wiped out through the laser grid, which was amazing. I mean, this could fit. This laser grid could fit into a Saw movie. I don't understand why they didn't try to rip that off. But yeah. I mean, that laser grid scene was really I would say it's pretty intense. And the music really really ramps up the tension too. Especially when one of their teammates gets her head decapitated, and that slow buildup was, and you hear the music you know, almost sound like a almost sound like a Mortal Kombat song. But that was a nice way to ramp up the tension of the scene, the threat. I mean, ramp up the threat of the laser grid. And of course, true to his position in the story, Kaplan, the White Rabbit, was trying his best to save his friends to this, well, save his partners, trying to disable that laser grid, which he failed. I mean, he succeeded, but he still failed because everybody died. One, in the most gratuitous and gruesome way, which you have to ask yourself, why didn't that laser grid start off with that thing? Because the laser turns into a grid pattern. I mean, had it led with that, they all would have been dead. Then again, I mean, I don't. Imagination, real cool in effect there. Again, props to the makeup to the special effects makeup. The way how one falls to pieces is still a memorable shot. Very memorable shot. I also like the line from Kaplan, or was it Spencer? It was Spencer. There's no way I'm going in there. I also like Kaplan's lines like everything's fine now, and Spencer fires back, "Deja vu, anyone?" I'm like Spence, man. He like he ain't forward. He ain't forward. You know. Now fast forwarding, we shut down the Red Queen. All systems, the security grid is basically just dead at this point. Doors unlocked. Doors open. You got a nice shot where there's a few shadows coming into the lingering on the wall, which symbolizes which pretty much signals that the zombies are coming. You also got a few of the tanks that houses the liquors, which I'm gonna get into my issues with the liquor in a bit, and it's a huge issue that I really have a big problem with Arsenal. Um, so in the hive, they have these tanks that are filled with the liquors, and not one of them is a tyrant at all. Big mistake there. They needed to have a tyrant there at least. At least reference a tyrant. You know, but all you mean to tell me all those tanks house the liquor. That's it. That's the only creature that's in there. You could have had a museum there, you know? A museum of monsters, a museum of horror. And all assuming from what came out of one of the tanks when the system failed after they shot at it, assuming what came out of that, you mean to tell me that's all that it housed was the liquor and not one tyrant? I can go on a tangent on that one, but I'm gonna move on. Like I said, we get into the before we even get into the firefight. We have Rain being approached by finding a survivor, quote unquote. Checks her, gets bit for her troubles. You know they, JT fires at him again. Reference to the first game. JT holding out a Magnum, not Barry's Magnum, mind you, not Barry's Magnum, not his gun. Holds out his gun just the same way as Barry does, and pop at the zombie. Only difference is that Rain joins in on the action with her Uzi. Was it an Uzi? I think it was an Uzi. It's a machine gun, whatever. I don't know my guns, guys. I'm not a gun nut. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys can tell it to me in the comments. Correct me if I'm wrong, which I am. So yeah, they shoot at him in Resident Evil remake fashion. Like I got again, one thing I gotta give this movie is the action one-liners. I love this exchange between them, between JT and Rain. He says, "I shot her 5 times. How is she standing?" And I look, I know I shouldn't. I know I try my best not to swear on these streams because if any of our main A-listers, if any of our A-listers come in on the back watch, which I'm sure Troy and Netter would mind. I know Sound Engraver. Oh, hey there, Sound Engraver. Would definitely mind. But I gotta say this quote really good, and I gotta start over again. I shot her 5 times. How is she still standing? Bitches and standing now. That's my girl, Michelle Rodriguez. Only her can deliver that line. I swear, if Mila Jokovic tried to say that, it would annoy me. Not Mila Jokovic now. I mean Mila Jokovic at the time. She would annoy me if she said that, but it came from Michelle Rodriguez, who is the queen of action one-liners, especially cheesy action one-liners. I just love that line. We got one line from Brian Gilmore. I gotta say this quote too. She was crazed. She bit me. You guys rate what you what you think is either the most cheesiest line of this movie or what was a terrible line of this movie. And y'all got and before y'all even go ahead and do that, please mark it down as the first movie or which movie that you think like what mark down what movie it is. Like I tell you about the impressions, put the name. Oh, I'm getting into the action. I'm getting into the action. Owen. Definitely get into action. The fire. That's when we get to the firefight and the tension. The tension. My goodness. When the zombies are coming in, there's some very incorrect anatomy choices with the zombie makeup, but that scene where they're walking. Uh, Casey Scott. There are 6 movies, or probably 7. Wait, let me check. First, Apocalypse, Extinction, Afterlife, Retribution, Final Chapter. Yep, 6. 6 movies. Just like the Underworld movies, I believe. That really showed. Again, if you guys really want, I'm stressing this a lot. These men were competing with wives. That's why these franchises went the way they went. That's why they went this long. Granted, Resident Evil franchise never put a prequel movie in their franchise, whereas the Underworld franchise did for their 3rd movie. I mean, the Resident Evil franchise soldier on, and unfortunately, they kept retconning everything as they move forward with each entry. That's why I say the passion in Anderson later on in the movies waned, like really waned on him as he kept making movies, because you could see it through the retcons. But moving on, the firefight was the music, the tension, everything. Like you granted, it has very poor geography in action. You can hardly tell where everybody was in relation to everything in that firefight. You wouldn't really know where Matt was. I mean, you knew where he was, but how do you know where he was in relation to the overall area of the firefight? Because he had his own issues. He was struggling. He was always struggling with zombie. His arm was on fire, and he had to wrestle with cuffs. Considering that he found out where the keys to the cuffs bounced off at, so he has to reach for that. So you had that one sequence going on. You had Rain, JT, and Kaplan firing off. They're firing a bit. You know, I mean, you knew where they were, but like, where was Allison and Matt was at the time? I mean, Spence was just hanging about because he had no weapon, and he didn't know how to. Of course, he didn't know how to get into to the elevator. And, you got JT asking like why even got into the elevator? He's like, doesn't know the code, man. He's like just feeling through the he's like you got JT filling with the no, you got Kaplan filling with the code, I think, and then JT swaps with them and fills with the code a bit, and like Kaplan's just like, again, being the March Hare, the White Rabbit. He's really committed to his role as a White Rabbit, guys. He's really committed to his role because, again, also they're on a time limit, which is, I think it was supposed to be 5 hours that the hive completely locks down to prevent any possible contamination, or was it 24 hours? I think it was 24 hours because they were already big for time anyways. So I'm saying he's very committed to his White Rabbit role in this movie because he's got the clock on his arm too. So you got the code going. Popped in. Good shot too, where JT is standing there with his back turned to the door, and the zombies grabs him, pull him in, and it's a very you gotta say it's a very disturbing scene, especially when Rain tries to pull him out and get him out of that mess, and one of the zombies bite into her arm, and you just hear JT just screaming, and you just hear the meat crunching and the squishing and stuff. It's funny because as much as this movie went in for the R rated, dude looks fine later on before like right after he becomes a zombie. I mean, fine as in he doesn't look like a pile of meat. Is what I'm saying, guys. Dude, look the zombies. It looked like the zombies just took a little nibble of him and walked off. Like it was like I already got my lick, so I'm gonna leave now. You guys have fun. Not like not no arm missing. Not even a side of his face is bitten off. No chunk of his neck eaten up. Like they didn't really commit to that R, guys. That's what I'm saying. The only thing that was committed to that R was all that blood on the floor, on the walls, and stuff like that. That's it. Especially that faceless zombie with his face all sliced off and whatnot. But still, like, and of course, one with the way how he went to pieces. But JT should have been at least a amount of meat from that whole crowd of zombies eating him. I mean, come on now. We've seen Land of the Dead. You know what or at least The Walking Dead. You know what a corpse should look like after zombies have had their fill. So we have that moment. Somehow they got split up. Both Alice and Matt got split up from the group. And I still don't know how that happened. But it was meant to go into to another part of the story, which is the again implementing the game's mechanics into the movie, which is where you go through rooms, looking through files, reading notes, reading papers, information about certain things. Which, again, kudos to the writers for this movie. They really did their homework. At some point, the character, you as a player, go through rooms, looking through files and information, which Matt was doing until the only reason why he was there in the first place was because his sister was a plant into the company that's feeding him info about the company's wrongdoings. And we later find out that Alice is her contact, and she was the one that was betraying the company, considering that she was their top security officer, feeding them information about the company to Lisa, I believe her name was, which a nod to Lisa Trevor from Resident Evil remake. I think her name was Lisa. And she ended up dying anyways because of the nerve gas. She got killed by the nerve gas. And Matt was there because he lost contact with Lisa. He didn't have to be there if she died. He wouldn't have been there, in other words. But here he is. Finds his sister, almost got eaten by her until Alice came and saved his behind. Exactly, Owen. That was if you rewatch the first movie and you see what JT looks like after they quote unquote ate him, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. We're at the 50 mark. I guess I can stop to read your comments, guys. Let me start from the top. Now we're here. Start from the top. Now the whole team here. Start from the top. Now we're here. Start from the top. Now whole team here. Start with Schooner Tuna. What I love about the first Resident Evil movie is that it's more of a standalone story with RE game verse and ends where the first game began. Yeah, you can actually. That's why I say if I ever do want to buy one of the Resident Evil movies, it'll be only the first movie because that because it because of what you said basically. It has its own story to tell. It implemented the game mechanics really well, have been explained at this moment. Um, and you didn't have to butcher the main cast from the games at the time. Like I said, they had their own original characters to work off of, which is an awesome part of my criteria of what makes a good video game character. You don't necessarily have to, here's the thing, you don't necessarily have to put in the main cast from the games. If you create your own characters, at least you don't for the movie itself, at least you don't run the risk of butchering any main cast characters. You're just gonna if you're gonna mess up your own characters, you're messing up your own characters. That's what I loved about the first movie, and I kind of wish that they went with that. They stuck to that. It's one of those. I hate to say this, but it's one of those things where I say that it's one of those aspects where I believe that that they should not have listened to fans and putting the characters from the games because they didn't really care enough to do anything with the characters from the games. I mean, great, yeah, you did listen to the fans, kudos, but you did nothing with them. You did nothing with them. They were cheerleaders to Alice, straight up cheerleaders. Which I'm gonna speed up through the first movie so I can get to the second movie because I try my best try my best when I go into franchises with these streams. Try to get too far that long into this, but I'm gonna keep reading your comments though. Brian Gil Martin. I believe the lab beneath the mansion was called the Arclay Research Facility. Yep, it was. It was. Well, yes, because they were stationed in the Arclay Mountains. You're right. You're right, Brian. It is the Arclay Research Facility. Here, I thought there was no name given to it. Thank you for correcting me, though. Another from Schooner. Honestly, success killed this film series because they started coming out yearly on Halloween. There's nothing wrong with it coming out on Halloween. And yeah, they should have really pulled back every once in a while to really try to structure their get better at their writing, basically. Because I know at some point the Writers Guild strike kind of hit some of the movies' creativity, which is not really a good excuse either. Because any if there's one thing I learned from me artists of old, they knew how to adapt to certain situations versus modern artists and modern writers. A lot of artists and writers back then knew their way around a crisis. Trust me. Trust me, they knew a way around a crisis. Especially with the Writers Guild strike, that's no excuse. That is no excuse for your bad writing. No, I don't think he's going to be touching any anime. I think he's found his calling. He's sticking to video games, dude. I just hope. Here's the thing, though, Owen. I just hope he don't touch Castlevania. That's the only game franchise that I don't want him anywhere near. I'm still mad at the fact that he's touching Monster Hunter, but so far nobody's thinking of doing a live adaptation of Castlevania, and we're all the better for it. All the better for it. He and I know one thing. He better leave that franchise alone. Live or die. Make your choice. Let the games begin. I would like to play a game. Yeah, is the CGI did not held up. It did not held up. compared to what we're used to now, where our eyes are conditioned to. That liquor looks terrible now, and it continue to look terrible later on, especially with even with the CGI improving. And how did you like that one, Casey Scott, Resident Evil 5? Because me and my friend played that game all the time when I would visit him. Every once in a while, we would have fun, and I didn't mind playing as Sheva. He can beat Chris all he wants. I didn't mind playing Sheva. Sheva's hot. Yeah, as I explained earlier, Casey Scott, you wasn't here at the time, but my experience with Resident Evil was Resident Evil 2. My uncle had a copy of it for his PlayStation, and I played it, and I couldn't stand it because it was too scary for me as a kid. All right, let me address Owen real quick. I know that. I meant when the Matrix made it more popular for a lot of movies that came out in the yeah, yeah. We're both in the same agreement on that one. And just point out a technicality. Mostly about your. Oh, really? Huh. Original NK movie stars. So we're gonna play Lyndon Ashby for as Johnny Cage. I wonder who they gonna pick. Ooh, the Sonya from the movie is a better replacement. They sh- Speaking of which, why did they use her for NK11 instead of Ronda Rousey's face? Ugh. No disrespect to Ronda, but she is not face material. Should have been at least Gina Carano. Yeah, I know I mentioned it, but yeah, yeah, that was. You know what? Two things Anderson has found his calling that he needs to commit to more is horror and probably decent video game adaptations. Decent being a loose word there, but I really wish he would commit more to his horror because Event Horizon was really good. Despite what the studio did, he needs to get back into action more. Though Death Race is all right. That's only because his later camera work is terrible nowadays. I wish he would go back to his old style of shooting, like what he did with of course, Mortal Kombat. But there was another Soldier. I think he directed Soldier. Yeah, everybody hit those thumbs up. Those who are coming in and all that stuff. All right, address. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna address Owen's comment again about the action. The first movie is decent. Like I said, it's decent enough, but it has its problems too. Most because the jump cuts, especially the scene where Alice beats on the zombie security guard, and it keeps cutting, and then it cuts to her doing that super kick and knocking him into the room. Um, then there's look like they used the same shot twice for when she shoots the Cerberus, the group of Cerberus. It's like they like the one Cerberus that leaps up towards her. It almost seemed like they reused that shot for another shot. So it's hit and miss. I will say this. He got better, dare I say it, with Alien versus Predator because there were some shots that were good with action. But again, he should have stuck with that type of action he was shooting for Alien versus Predator for the later films that he worked with. Which I will say he's kind of getting back to that filmmaking with Monster Hunter, which that if there's anything I'm happy about with that movie that's coming out is that at least it's going back to that kind of film shooting, because I don't see in the scenes with the monster fights in Monster Hunter, there's no jump cuts to be seen. Seems like on Lister. So the Resident Evil franchise has 6 movies and 6 movies at the time. Now they have 2 more games, 2 remakes of the classics. Yep. I mean, if you count the 3D movies as part of the movie franchise, which they're not, they're part of the game franchise, guys. Let's be real. But if you count those, then we would have had 9 of them. But they're not part of the movie franchise. They're part of the game franchise. So we discount. I discount those, despite what anybody say to the contrary. Yeah, it's a wonder that she was still standing, especially when one of her hands started bleeding in the later scuffle that they get into, which is which is weird because you have Alice just like snapping necks left and right, and none of them were doing any of the sort. They were just, well, actually she was holding them off while they climb up the ladder, you know. But her strength was ridiculous in that movie before she even got the superpowers later on in the later films. Like she I I have no doubt that Mila Jokovic can snap my neck in real life. But the way how Alice was doing it was just like, really? Freaking really? Like that? I think I already addressed this one. Yep, I did. We'll highlight on once again. Oh, thank goodness, because if he ever attempts to adapt an anime, he would face Weed Fury hell. Yeah, like I said, I don't think he's ever expressed any interest in adapting anime. I'm pretty sure he's watched anime, but I don't think he expressed any interest in adapting it. But like I said, I think he found his calling. I think he found his calling already, so he's sticking to it. But again, I wish he would go back to his other talents, which is horror and action. Personally, I wish he would. Um, personally, I wish he would have been the one to do the Halloween 2018 sequel. Or was it 2019? I think it was 2019. I think he should have done that. Schooner Tuna. Castlevania proves some games are better as a series. Don't know how the next season will fare now that Warren Ellis is gone. Oh no. Oh no. That does not bode well. At this point, that's a coin flip. Heads or tails on that one. It can go either way, dude. It can either be for the better or for the worse. Okay, Scott on the Mortal Kombat skin. It's Johnny Cage, Sonya, and Raiden getting the MK movie skins. Not Liu Kang? I'm sure Robin Shaw wouldn't have minded to usually let his face get scanned. I mean, you had Kerry Hiroyuki Tanaka as Shang Tsung. Why not? Oh man, get Robin Shaw on the phone and get his face scanned. Seriously, guys, I'm not even gonna play that game, and I'm demanding you guys get him on the horn. If you guys, should you guys hear this message, get Robin Shaw on the horn and get his face or Liu Kang so you can complete Shang Tsung. I wonder which Raiden, which actor they're doing for Raiden, either the Annihilation's Raiden or Christopher Lambert. You tell me, Casey. Nah, dude, that's just his fetish. That's his fetish, dude. That ain't his talent. That's his fetish. He like fetishizing his wife. I mean, think about it. Look at all the dominatrix gear she wore throughout this whole franchise. Think about it, dude. That ain't no talent. That's a fetish. I'm saying like if you look at Event Horizon, Mortal Kombat, sometimes Death Race, you you can see where his skills really work, really work. And I'm sure. Here's the thing. I'm sure he probably would made AVP really good had he not been had the studio not wanted to be PG-13. I have no doubt in my mind he probably would have made it. I would say he probably make it look bearable had he was allowed to go R-rated, to say the least. Nah, Robert, we're talking about the movie skins, movie actors, not Ho Sung Pak. Ho Sung Pak did the capture for the game sprite, but Robin Show did the acting for the movie. So I was saying Robin Show. The reason why I was shouting Robin Show was because he was the face of Liu Kang for the movie franchise, the failed movie franchise. Speaking of Robin Show, he was in Dead or Alive, the movie. Yeah, he was in Dead. That's kind of funny how he was in Dead or Alive, the movie, but they didn't really use him. He was a pirate in that movie, and they tried to rob Tina's boat. He got beat up for his troubles. He needs to hire a better agent. I need to see him in more movies. Even if he's not martial arting, at least at least be in something good. Just for one time, Robin Show. I mean, Jason Lee Scott had a good career too, and he's not even in the spotlight. As a matter of fact, Jason Lee Scott was in Soldier. He was a super soldier in that one. Uh-uh, I don't think so. Sorry. You know what? I'm gonna get into some. I'm gonna do some layer impressions. Brian Young Martin. Since we're talking MK, get over here. There you go. There's my Scorpion impression. I'll do it one more time for you guys. You guys are my fans. Get over here. Uh, where was I? I'm gonna fast forward through the first movie. Uh, Lots of revelations been unfolded. Again, I already talked about why Matt was there. Um, we get a bit more of Alice's memories coming back. Rain is really worse for wear after the second scuffle where they run into JT again. Again, his whole body is still intact. Just a few bite marks and a few tattered clothes. That's it. I'm sorry, but they should have went all out. They had the R rating, man. Nothing was holding them back for the R rating, man. Come on, seriously. Uh, Kaplan gets a bit for his trouble too in the leg. Right. Right. This is way ahead after they turned the queen back on, and she told them about the virus and how it works, how it functions. Which I seen a video that actually picks apart the holes in that one, and I think it was either Rowan Oak or Wild Such Game that pointed out how the plot hole and how the T virus works in reanimating the body. Basically, they picked apart how the Red Queen explains the function of the T virus. Is what I'm saying. I think it was those two channels. Check those guys out if you like. Either Roanoke Gaming or Roanoke Gaming. I think his main channel is. So I know he does a lot of he also has a gaming channel too. But also check out such such gaming, which he has his own series called Zombie Sense where he sends he like Cinema Sense he sends zombie movies and zombie shows. But he also talks about how realistically how we wouldn't survive certain apocalypses. So check those channels out. Uh, sorry, wrestling with a quick in my neck real quick. Let me stretch a bit. It felt good. Um, Let me get back on topic. So yeah, okay, we also got a liquor that's trailing them, which I don't understand why why it's trailing them. It it should be exploring way more of the laboratory than telling them because it really showed. I mean, granted, it's supposed to show the tension where they have to get out before the lab shuts down. But you also got this thing hunting them. Apparently, I don't understand with the CGI that we were going with. I don't understand why Anderson didn't go with the hunter. The hunter, see, the hunter would have made more sense. The hunter would have really made more sense in this movie than the liquor would have. But I can go on a tangent with that one. I'll move on. We also learned that we now learn later on that Spence is also a security a high security officer who was in a false marriage with Alice, and he represents the other side of the hero of this story, which is Alice was trying to take the company down, whereas Spence was going to make money through the black market. He was going to leak their T virus, not necessarily leak, but he was going to confiscate. He basically took the T virus, and we also learned that there's also an antivirus, which the cure for the T virus infection. He's going to take those and sell them to the black market, and he was the one that was responsible for the shutdown and the massacring of the workers of the hive. Oh, let me make a note of this as well before I forget. There is a shot where they look at this false window, and it's a very good looking window, mind you, and it's a window that has a picture of a seascape. That was a unique world building aspect of the hive, where if you're potentially there are people, it's obvious that people probably live in the hive, but to keep them from losing their mind, they have that picture to look at so they can, you know, so they won't get cabin fever, if you will. But yeah, I like that aspect too. Like I have to point that out before I forget. Um, yeah, Spencer was the true bad guy. He's the one responsible for everything that's happened. Granted, the queen still did the do. She killed everybody, but it was Spencer that triggered her to do it. But she's not absolved for her wrongdoing, despite her being an AI. Um, he locks him in a space. I mean, we thought um, at this point they believe Kaplan has died because he told him to go and he was ready to commit suicide and sacrifice himself to the zombies, which he didn't. And he gives off another good line. You're gonna have to work for your meal. Love it. I gotta say, people like to rag on these characters, but there's some humanity to their characters. they're not necessarily stereotypes. The term stereotype is thrown around loosely to everything in every review, and I really wish they would stop doing that. Many of these hotshot reviewers, you guys and guys, if y'all guys ever think about actually, you know what? That's another tangent. I'm gonna say that for another stream coming up, and I'm gonna be talking about stereotypes, guys. So be prepared for that one. But at this point, they're not stereotypes. Rain is not a stereotype. She's not. Neither was one. He's not a stereotype. Black man does, and I'm gonna debunk the whole black man dies first in a horror movie coming up in that stream, guys. I'm gonna debunk that. I'm gonna tell you why I'm debunking that, and I'll tell you why that whole negative stigma is a complete BS. But saving it for another stream. I still, like I said, this first movie is a real gem in itself, because it really does have a yeah, I agree, Brian. Cliches, definitely. I'm going to talk about that too. Um, it's a gem, because, like I said, if you really like, a lot of people need to slow down, and really watch a movie, and you'll see where I'm coming from when I say that these characters are not stereotypes, not necessarily. Because there's a humanity towards Kaplan, there's a humanity in Rain. JT could be a bit of a bit of a class clown. Granted, the other agents that died in the grid room, they don't really get much characterization that much, but they're still people. Moving on. Gotta move on. So Spencer's already been bitten by a zombie also, that which gave that iconic shot in the trailers, and of course the movie itself, which is she was one of the scientists that drowned, and she touches the the jump scare is amazing for that one. She touches the window and opens up her eyes. Amazing jump scare, though you didn't need the ping sound. She bites him, of course. He kills her for her troubles. Locks him in there, and they're just about to give up at that point. But or at least they're under the impression that he's going to get away, because he's going to get to the train. He's going to cure himself because the case of the T virus and the antivirus is there. Fortunately for him, the liquor is there. It's funny because they kind of cut away from him being attacked by the liquor. But when you cut back to, again, my main issue with this movie is that they don't go all out with the gore, to say the least. They don't really go all out with the gore. And Spencer looks fine. He just looks fine. No tearing up, no arm torn off, no jaw being sliced open, no. Just, it's like the liquor just nibbled at him. It's like, Anderson, will you ever go all out? I mean, granted, he does go all out in later films, but man, even as a kid, when I looked at Spencer's quote unquote mangled body, I'm like, dude, there's no way he looked. And here's the thing: you're talking to the guy who's seen The Revenant, and anybody who's ever seen The Revenant knows what I'm talking about. I'm like, going by what I've seen from the Revenant, Spencer should be looking like that. Is what I'm saying. He should be looking like that. Not like he got paper cuts all over his body. Is what I'm saying. And you would have me to believe that he bled all over himself. Really? You have me believe that he bled all that blood. Grant, that's also not a nod to the game where the characters where the enemies die and there's a pool of blood that leaks from underneath them. They also kind of play loose with the zombies a bit. Sometimes they have white eyes, sometimes they have regular eyes. Somehow Spencer has glowing eyes for some reason in this movie, and he's got this sound. I doubt that thing slid his throat open because he was still grunting. But either way, so she kills him. You know, she quotes him what he says, "I'm missing you already." You know that's a cool line to say after you once you kill somebody, drops a ring and stuff like that. You get a nod to Resident Evil 2, the train scene, but instead of William Birkin being the final boss in the train scene, it's the liquor. Before we even get to that, we have Rain that's like already too far gone into her transformation to administer the antibiotics. They try though. Here's the thing. Again, I gotta give props to Anderson. You show some humanity with the characters, even if the the Red Queen told them that she's too far gone. They still inject her with the antivirus anyways. They're not gonna. It's like what Captain America said in Infinity War. We don't trade lives. So that's the humanity I liked in the first movie. Is that they were still gonna try to cure her anyways, regardless of how far she was. You know. So I like that. I also like how Rain, again, some more humanity from Rain, that she's afraid to die at this point. She makes a comment saying, "I don't want to die like this, walking without a soul." That line always gets me. Walking around without a soul. I like that line delivered from Michelle Rodriguez, and the way, like, she's already delirious. You know, you can tell that she's delirious. She's losing all her faculties here and there. Oh, another good line. When you got out here, I think I'm gonna get laid. Which they echo back in the credits of the movie. I mean, I was as a kid, I'm like, you know what? Have at it, sister. I think that most people would have a smoke, they would have a drink, but she's like, nope. I think I'm gonna get laid. That's it. I'm just gonna. It's like whatever makes you, whatever makes you, you know, whatever makes you feel, say that you're alive. You know, go ahead, have at it. I mean, after what you've been through, but of course she dies and becomes a zombie. Matt kills her. He gets scratched by a liquor. Oh, this is stupid. The liquor gets stronger after absorbing DNA once it consumes DNA. So that's never happened in the games. That is so betraying the adaptation right there. The liquors never grew when they absorbed DNA. They ate things and stayed their size. It really shows the favoritism that he has with the monsters going forward, because he really loves those liquors. He really loves the liquors. to the point where he just puts them anywhere, regardless of whether it makes sense or not in the layer films. So of course, now that Matt's been scratched, he's been infected, which that's also dumb. Just because the liquor was created by the T virus by the Red Queen's emission, feeding the T virus into living subjects, which is probably true. You guys can enlighten me on that one. But I don't think a liquor can infect anybody with the T virus. I think it's its own creature in its own body. I don't think it carries the virus. I'm pretty sure the zombies is the ones that carry the virus, or anything that's infected with the T virus through other means, like rats, crows, spiders. It's the reason how the T virus, no, the G virus broke out in Resident Evil 2 was because of the infected rats. You know, I don't think you guys can correct me if the can't wait to see that, Owen Lister. Let me take a break real quick and read uh Brian's line here. The only way that would work is if it was another infected monster, e.g., when the Nemesis ate the dead tyrant. Exactly, exactly. Like he, I gotta say he did a good job with what he did with the adaptation, but he played loose with it. He played really loose with it, and I think what again, I think that nod was to Resident Evil 3 when the liquor grew like that. I think that was a nod to Resident Evil 3 because at this point, a lot of Resident Evil games have already came out by the time Resident Evil the movie came out. Resident Evil 3 was out. Resident Evil 2 was out. I believe Resident Evil remake was out that year too. At that point, because Resident Evil 4 got the grid after Resident Evil the movie, so I believe that Resident Evil remake and all the other Resident Evils were already made at that point, and a lot of things he cherry picked from those games, and I think the the liquor growing like that was a nod to Nemesis growing after feeding off a tyrant. So yeah, Matt at this point is starting to mutate due to the scratch, and he was going to be made the subject of the Nemesis program, and yeah, sequel bait, of course. So we get that brilliant shot of Mila in a in a weird looking towel wrap at the end of the movie with tubes in her body and in her head of all places. That I will admit, some of the stuff like her removing those tubes out of her body was very painful, to say the least, especially the one in her head. Which I don't know, is that possible? Wouldn't that be brain damage? Another one from Brian Gilmore. He's addressing the liquors a bit more. I need to read this. If I recall correctly, the liquors are created when a zombie gets another dose of T virus. Note how liquors in Resident Evil 2 tend to appear close somewhere near a sewer. Example, the Raccoon Police Department. Hmm. Sorry, I'm rereading it to I thought they were created though in the game. I thought they were created though. I mean, it would explain why they don't have eyes and they're blind, technically. It would explain, but Last time I checked, they were supposed to be created. Hmm. Resident Evil Wiki will probably shed some light into it, but I don't always trust wikis that much because wikis can be edited, and sometimes they're lazy with the wikis too. In me, in my case, many times I've visited wikis. They they tend to be very very lazy with certain stuff. But that was Resident Evil 1, which again is my top favorite. It's my only favorite of the franchise. Like I said, the characters were really good. Um, the way how the movie was set up, the story was told in a good way. It's again still has its problems, action wise, choices wise, like the memory stuff, the frame rate, the low frame rate memory jump starts in Alice's brain. Uh, actually, again, this is where we I really like Alice to begin with. Whereas in later films, she was terrible. Like her person in later games, in later movies, she her personality flips badly. Because in the first movie, she breaks down when almost all the team died. But when certain characters either get killed or get hurt or die, she just she just don't give a crap about them in later movies at all until we get to Afterlife and Extinction, and some, or at least she flip flops. Her personality flip flops between movies. So we got Resident Evil Apocalypse, which I was very excited for at the time when I was a tyke when I was younger. The 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 teaser for it was pretty nice. The whole regenerate teaser, I like that. We saw it in the theaters, and it was for the time when I saw it in the theaters. I was pretty appreciative of it. I originally thought it was my favorite of all the Resident Evil movies because it had uh it had Carlos in it. Mm, mm. Okay, okay. Brian Gilmartin's correcting me. Which again, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mind that. I'm always okay with being wrong. So let me read Brian Gilmartin's comment here. The liquor B from Resident Evil 5 was deliberately created. Yeah, I know that. It looks man-made. The OG liquors were accidentally made. Also note the Crimson Heads from RE1 remake. Mmm. Are you suggesting that the OG liquors are advanced Crimson Heads? Is that what you're saying as well, Brian? Hmm. Liquors were accidentally made. I thought they were made by the G virus. Oh, well, duh. They had to be made by the G virus. That was the virus that led to the outbreak. Which I gotta voice my contention towards the entire movie franchise. They stayed with the T virus throughout the whole franchise for whatever reason. The T virus. Every single entry, the T virus did whatever. It's a magical virus at this point when we get to extinction. Excuse me. I mean, the T virus is still used in Resident Evil Apocalypse when they could have moved on to the G virus. Some people like the fact that they stuck with one virus, but I'm like, at some point, you gotta really introduce a new virus, man. For those who are not in the know of the Resident Evil franchise, and those who are of the know the fact that certain viruses do different things. Not just the T virus. The T virus became irrelevant as later games were created. The rundown is T, G, T Veronica, Las Plagas, Ouroboros, and C. Y'all tell me what the mole thing was in 7. You know what I'm saying? You tell me what Resident Evil 7's was. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Casey, but it makes. Here's the thing, Casey. It makes sense. Oh, I forgot the progenitor. Progenitor. What was duh the progenitor, the predecessor. I mean the ancestor. But you gotta think about it, like not one virus is gonna do that much. On like, I'm probably. I gotta admit to you guys, I'm kind of retarded when it comes to biology. I mean, I know a little bit of biology here and there, but I'm like, at some point, not one virus is gonna do that much compared to what other viruses do. You know, for whatever. It just didn't make sense why. It does make sense why Paul would just stick to the T virus that long. At some point, somebody was going to make a different virus in that time frame. Is what I'm saying, for them to just stick to one virus. And like, guys, say something. Brian's taking over the chat. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Brian. Don't feel bad. Hey, what you worried about anyways? You're moderators. What you worried about? You can take over it as much as you want. So let me read this comment real quick. What I'm suggesting is that if a zombie can become stronger, form with claws, then it's possible for it to transform into the still vaguely humanoid liquor. Yep. I'm inclined to believe you on that front. I'm inclined to believe you. Pretty adds a lot to the lore. Let me change out my sweater real quick, guys. I'm sweaty. It's cool. It's cold, but at some point my body heat start raising up when I go on tangent. Y'all should know my body heat just raised up when I get in tangents and I raise my voice. Casey Scott, C virus. I think my sister has that. She does get called "See You Next Tuesday" by me. C virus was introduced in Resident Evil 6, by the way, and I think there's another virus that don't really get much mention, and I think it was in the Dead Aim game. I wouldn't be able to tell you guys. I'm sorry. Ooh. Actually, T Veronica also resurges in Darkside Chronicles and Leon and Krauser's campaign. So stuff like that should at least cropped up in the movies is what I'm saying. Like they relied on T virus too much in this franchise. Like it should became irrelevant by movie 3. You know? Like I would have been okay with it being used for movie 2, but it should have been irrelevant for movie 3, considering what happens in movie 3. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me get into Resident Evil 2. Apocalypse, I mean. Resident Evil Apocalypse. So again, credit where credit is due to Anderson. I did mention he cherry picks from the games, but when he does cherry pick, really he knows what he's doing. Is what I'm saying. He knows what he's doing. So you got scenes that are reminiscent to Resident Evil 3's opener, which is the crowds of zombies crowding on the police officers. You got the shimmy down, which you have Umbrella's mercenary group with Nikolai and Yuri and new character, by the way, Yuri and Carlos, played by the Magi leader from the Mummy. Odette Fair. I can't pronounce his last name for the life of me. He's cool. I like him. Excuse me. You also got the what's another good scene that they got from the games, I believe. Let me clarify that for you. It's progenitor. The virus that he used was progenitor, or at least it was a virus that was a byproduct of the progenitor virus. I believe. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong, but the virus that he used for his powers was from the progenitor virus, and he later gets an upgrade through Ouroboros and of course Las Plagas mixed into Ouroboros. That's what I mean. They it's not really they blend. It's more like what I said about Anderson. He cherry picks what he got where he cherry picks from the games, whereas the games cherry pick from him, which is not that much. The laser grid that was cherry picked. The Red Queen, again, canon immigrant. Um, she wasn't really a main staple though. Is what I'm saying. She wasn't really a main staple of the franchise. What else did they who else? What else did they cherry pick from the movies? Uh, I think that was it. You know what? I think that's all that they cherry picked from the movies. As much as Capcom say that they like the movies, I don't think they really appreciate the movies that much enough to really cherry pick everything from those movies. I mean, had they did, we probably would have had a wasteland Resident Evil verse, just like the movies were. But that's about all that they cherry picked from. Yeah, that's it. They didn't Schooner. They didn't really get that much from the Anderson verse. They just only cherry picked some stuff from them. Just two things. I could be misremembering, but that's basically it. But I'm getting a bit off topic. Let me again get back on topic. Uh, Sorry. So yeah, we get a cool shot with we get a nice cool shot of introducing Jill Valentine. I always say the best introduction of a woman is through her legs. So she's getting changed. Point of contention here. In this movie, Leon was supposed to be dead. Leon was supposed to be Jill's the in this universe. Apparently, Chris was not Jill's partner this time around. It was Leon, and Leon was supposed to be dead, and his death was also the catalyst to why she was suspended from the force. And you guys probably didn't know that, but it shows in in a newspaper clip that she has on her wall. It's a quick shot. Blink if you'll miss it. It's a pause frame. But Leon was it was supposed to be planned by Anderson and his crew that Leon was supposed to die in this universe, and that was the catalyst for Jill Valentine going on the grain against Umbrella, which is funny because there's a scene where she shoots a lot of zombies in the head, and she's talking to her commanding officers like I told you, shoot them in the head and they die. I'm like, how they never established how does she know how to kill zombies proper, you know? Nor do they establish how people are taken into the outbreak. We also find out that Umbrella has unlimited resources. I mean, really, really unlimited resources. They have so much money. So much so, they literally have a wall. I'm sorry, a wall erected around Raccoon City. Fancy that, guys. They have a security wall around Raccoon City in real life America. Let me repeat one more time. Umbrella has a security wall around Raccoon City in America. Who sanctioned that? I have one word, but I'm not going to say that here on stream. It's insane how this movie looks compared to what the games were like. I had to say this because again, there's a shot where her and her partner. Exactly, Brian. Exactly. That was complete cyberpunk there. Like wow. I mean, I didn't pay no mind when I was young, but as an older person now I'm looking back at it. I'm like, how in the heck did they get a wall built around a city in their name, no less? And they got, and I'm talking. I have to say this. It's in their name. It's gotta be in their name because they got soldiers mounted on this wall. In universe, in universe it can be explained. Yes, in universe it can be explained. But how does it not? How does one not explain why nobody questions the wall built around the city of Raccoon City? How is nobody questioning that? Not even Jill questioning that. No local is questioning why there's a wall built around Raccoon City. When you know we don't have that in real life in each city or each major state. We don't have walls around our cities or let alone states. Yes, we have borders, we have tolls. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to go on a long tangent about this wall situation, but dude, that would not exist in real life. Is what I'm saying. I'm like, that's what I mean by them having unlimited resources. Like they have the resources to a build a hive underground underneath a city, a massive hive. When you really look at the size of the hive, the full size of the hive, it's, or at least I think they retconned the size. I think they retconned it. They retconned the size of the hive because originally the hive is supposed to be underneath the mansion, right? But when you get to Resident Evil 2, they do the whole hive blueprint, and I believe it's big enough to be underneath the entire city. I think they retconned that. That was like the first retcon in this franchise, and I think they made the hive bigger in the y'all can't see it, but I'm emphasizing how big the hive is in my hands, but I don't want to put that on screen. I'm saying they have unlimited resources and money to build a freaking wall around this city. I'm baffled by. I'm still baffled. I'm still baffled by that. That's amazing. That is amazing. And the hive is bigger now. It covers a whole city wide. That's how big the hive is now in this movie. I guess Paul didn't really emphasize how big the hive was, which is weird. Um, you get a little insight how Umbrella operates. You get this corporate douchebag that's the main villain of this movie. I forgot his name because that's how forgettable he is. Other than his accent, there's nothing really special about this guy. Um, we get a few scenes where we get introduced to Mike Epps' character LJ, which I even said this now as in my 20s. I addressed this to a coworker when I worked as a janitor at a certain city's city hall. I mentioned that Mike Epps should not have been in that movie. As much as I like Mike Epps' humor and his comedy, his character was completely. He was. I hate to say this, but his character was basically Jar Jar Binks, a more competent Jar Jar Binks, to be exact. And and his introduction is freaking hilarious. GTA mother's good. Mother's good. No, I'm quoting Billy from Power Rangers 2017. But yeah, I'm like, wow, GTA reference in a Resident Evil movie, no less. Runs over a zombie. Somehow gets distracted by zombie strippers and crash into a pole. Abandons his car too. I'm like, dude, tits were tits weren't worth the tits were only worth a quick stare. uh, I'm not even monetized. I'm not even worried about being demonetized. But I'm all over the place with Resident Evil Apocalypse right now. Really all over the place. Okay, so yeah, we're following Jill and her friend uh forgot his name, but he gets bit for his troubles for saving the little girls from a zombie father, I think. No, no, it was a mother who had a sick daughter and she bit him. Is it from Owen Lister? It's always a corporate douchebag in these type of movies. Does Hollywood hate capitalism or something? Oh wait, never mind. I mean, it's a staple of to elaborate more on that aspect, Owen. Um, it has been a staple since the dawn of time, but the commentary for that type of trope was the fact that people who when filmmakers use that corporate douchebag trope of the time back then, they were addressing the corruption within the business practice of capitalism. The corruption. It was not anti. Well, no, not capitalism. They were exposing the over consumerism within corporate. Whereas movies nowadays are heavily anti-capitalism because they're uneducated, really uneducated about what capitalism really is and what it's meant to do. Because they're really educated in capitalism, they would not be this hell bent on erasing capitalism, which sadly they're really trying so hard to get rid of capitalism, which it's never going to happen. It's already embedded. It's already embedded into this country. It's already embedded, regardless of like capitalism is not going to go away anytime soon, guys. So long as we're still around to keep it alive, and don't give up hope, guys. Don't give up hope. Keep going. Keep doing what you're doing. Um, so back to the movies. Let me keep going. Uh, so I talked about LJ. I talked about Jill. Let's get to the Adventures of Alice. So we go back to I don't know why Paul had to do this, but he had to remind us of where Alice started to establish where she is in relation to Raccoon City, which she didn't really need to. I could if I was an editor, I could cut out that scene where she wakes back up and she leaves and stuff. Cut that completely out. But anyways, she goes into the convenience store, gets her attire for that movie, gets a shot, has a shotgun already, has twin, well, it looks to be Desert Eagles if I recall correctly. Somehow gets a motorcycle. Schooner, I think Wolf of Wall Street examines that, and I believe what's that Vince Vaughn movie? The Do Over? No, it's not the Do Over. It's not the Do Over. Yeah, Owen, but that's already been done so many times. That's the thing. It's Here's the thing, Owen. It's still being done to this day. It's not really like if you're really going with that, it's it's already been it's still continuing to be done. It's not really a change of pace. What I would love to see though is I would love to see a movie where law enforcement are actually attacking villainous rioters. Because at this point now, as rebels or rebellions, I'm now seeing them in a different light this time around. So I'd love to see a movie where you're funny, Brian. Brian, you're real funny. I see that. Don't think I don't see that. But yeah, back to the whole cults and extreme things. That's still being done, dude. You're pretty much covered on that one. But again, like what I would like to see is I'd like to see rebels being the villains and military officials being the good guys this time. Because at this point, what we've seen thus far in this year is a complete role reversal at this point now. Now you can throw in some nuances where you see one side has the extreme side. Yeah, see one side that has its good side. Both, sorry, not one side. Both sides have their extreme and good sides. You know, that's what I would like to see. That would be a change of pace. Like there are times where even the like too often you've seen rebels and rioters in the good light, but that's never always been the case. Not always. There's been some bad. There's bad blood on both sides too. So I like to see something like that. If you want to change the pace, Owen. But as far as extremists and cults, that's still being done, dude. That's nothing new. I mean, you can you can put in a say a nice twist to them every once in a while, you know. But yeah, that's nothing new. No. Owen, it's established in the first movie that she is a top security officer. She has the military. She had the military training already. I was saying that in the beginning when I talked about the first movie. She had weapons in her drawer. Trust me. That was not like just given to her. Like that was already established. It was already established in the first movie. What I'm saying is that she happened to in true Resident Evil 2 fashion, she got pissed. She got two twin pistols and what looked to be twin Uzis. Yeah, yep, she had twin Uzis, a shotgun. Sadly, Schooner, no, the usual types are gonna scree about that. And I agree, Brian. They did lost it. Like that's what I mean when I say I see them in a whole different light. Like they are nothing compared to the righteous revolutions of old. They're playing revolutionary, like they're in a playground of sorts. That's why when I try to see them from the beginning of this year when the outbreak has happened and the riots have happened and stuff like that and the protests, all I'm seeing is a schoolyard children running around waving around wooden sticks, hurting people. Okay, okay, Casey. Okay. I mean, hammer space panties would not be a bad idea. I mean, the jokes write themselves, guys. I'm getting a little bit off topic. I'm all over the place again. You guys are throwing me off. Let me stop, read your comments, so I can try to get through this. We're in a 2 hour mark, and I'm barely in the middle of the second movie. Uh, Another reference to Resident Evil 3 is the church. I'm just pointing out some stuff that I guess again I gotta say this. I'm a bit more lenient with Anderson because when you really break it down his movies, he did have a passion for these projects. At some point, his passion waned later on. But when you look at part two, there is some stuff that he cherry picked that he did commit to though. He did commit to the cherry picking, and like I said, the application of these cherry pickings were questionable. So you did have the church. The only thing that Anderson didn't do much in these movies were puzzles. He didn't implement the puzzles at all, and the movies are all the better for it. Sadly, I gotta agree there where there's no puzzles in these movies. All the better for it. There's no way they could translate the puzzles in these movies enough. You would have to really pick which one were your favorite puzzles. If you had to put the puzzles in these movies, you would have to pick your favorite puzzle, which one you wanted to pick to use for a set piece for an action scene, or at least a set piece for a puzzle scene. And I'm glad that they tried to. I'm glad that they didn't put in the puzzles in because I don't think Anderson was clever would have been clever enough to craft a puzzle set piece. Now y'all can throw in Tomb Raider all you want, Lara Croft and all that stuff. I have not seen Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. I want to see it though, Schooner. But I would love to see. I would now that you hype me up. Now I gotta watch it just for that scene. Just for that scene now. Okay. Whatever we're taking off. Because usually I drive a Cadillac. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna be a little lenient with Mike Epps. He was he was cool for. I know it sounds like I'm really backtracking a lot in this, but he was good in those bloopers. He was really good. Now I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna recite those bloopers because he does swear a lot, and I'm gonna try limit my swearing in these streams. I always want to try to sound a decent or a very decent malt citizen on these streams. You guys want that? Y'all go to the drinker for that one. That's it now. Go away. uh, so yeah, Mike as much as I don't like as much as I don't like his inclusion into this movie, he does what he does, which is entertain and humor. But so we got the church. Uh, we got a half-hearted attempt to inject some horror into this movie, which the priest is using people to feed his zombie sister. Which, why, Anderson? Why do we need that? He could have just been anybody. He could not. Uh, it was stupid to put that in. I don't think that there was enough time. I don't think there was enough time for him to go that crazy to have his sister tied to a chair and feed her human remains like that. Maybe later on in Extinction, but not in Apocalypse. But you got the liquors too, and I'm like, he really loves some liquors to the point where he gave them predator vision. Somehow they can see infrared when we know the liquors are blind. He also made them act like the pitch black creatures from Pitch Black, where they're doing these little communication signs. I don't know. They had this little clicking sound here and there, and they're lightning fast for some reason. I don't remember the liquors being that fast. I remember them being very heavy, too heavy to be moving around in lightning speed, hippity hopping around and stuff like that. Even when you consider with the better technology that Resident Evil 5 brought in, I mean these things are durable. Hate those. Truth be told, I hate those versions of the liquors in Resident Evil 5. Really do. Them things take a lot of damage. They're bullet sponges, dude. Who remembers the liquor stage in Resident Evil 5? Nobody wants to revisit that at all. At all. But yeah, surprisingly they were fast. I don't remember liquors being this fast in any version of Resident Evil. But there they are, moving around, hippity hopping, zipping across the room and stuff. Heck, you got one nutso running around trying to do the angry man for himself. He gets killed for his trouble. You got the reporter Terry, who is trying to No, you know what? I say Matt was standing for Brian, but I think Terry was supposed to be Brian actually, because she's a reporter, a news weather reporter to be exact, and yeah, she's getting into investigative journalism, which is funny because she's got a little camcorder run. She's running around with a camcorder. Uh, okay, okay. Then you get Alice for the life of me. Physics is murdered in this film. By the way, somehow she gets a motorcycle to wheelie up, hop into the window of a church. She flips off the thing, doesn't shatter her legs by you, let alone her thighs or her hip bones. The liquor latches on to the this is where I say his action gets a got a bit bad with each entry. So liquor jumps somehow leaps up in the air with the motorcycle. She shoots the tank, blow it to pieces, shoots the chains off a cross, pins the liquor, shoots another liquor with a shotgun, finish the other liquor off with the shotgun, blowing his head, splitting his head open. Yeah, but you still had time to shoot it though. That's what I'm saying. Like they didn't just what I'm saying is they didn't flash step to you. Is what I'm saying. These mother effers flash step is what I'm saying. If you look at that scene again, they're moving really fast, far too fast, and they're on four legs. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, they skid. Yeah, Grant, they skid around across the floor in Resident Evil 2, and they're pretty fast in that regard, but they're not lightning fast. Is what I'm saying. There's some weight to them. My point being is the liquors in the movie were weightless for CGI creations, Brian. They're literally weightless. Uh, how would how would Alice know that they were in danger? How would Alice know that there were people that need to be saved in the church? That's how clunky that action sequence was. And of course, Jill has to be ungrateful, asking, "Who the f are you?" I'm like, really, Jill? Really? That's how you gonna address the person who saved your butt after you ran out of ammo? He would have ruined it. I read the script, dude. I'm sorry. He would have ruined it. Sam Ra- or are you talking about George Romero? I okay. No, actually no. It was George Romero. George Romero had a script originally before it fell onto Anderson to direct the first movie, and I read the first page of that script. He would have ruined it. Um, but if Sam Raimi was to helm Resident Evil, he would have ruined it too. I I'm sorry. As much as I love Sam Raimi and his films, he would have ruined Resident Evil as well. I hate to burst your bubble on that one because he did what he had to do with Spider Man, and he did a great job with Spider Man. But he was not a comic book fan. And sadly, I don't think he was a video game fan. I don't think he is a video game fan. And like I said, if they went with George script, he would have ruined it. I'm it like reading his script now compared to what Anderson was doing with the film with the film franchise at the moment. I'm like, at this point, I'm actually glad that Anderson directed this one because if Romero helmed it, he would have screwed this up. I mean, Jill and freaking Chris are in a relationship, sharing a bed together, sharing a house together. That's how you want to start the film franchise? I mean, say what you will about Anderson. At least he understood what he was making. Like, dude, I couldn't. I'm sorry. I tried to read the first. I tried to read that whole script. You know what, Owen? Like if you got through that whole script, good on you, dude. More power to you, buddy. But I could not get past that first page. It was so cringy. It was cringy. I was like, this is how you gonna do Jill and Chris. Wow. As far as Sam Raimi, I don't have no good faith in Sam Raimi doing a good job with Resident Evil because he's not a video game fan. I don't think he ever played a video game in his life aside from Pong or Miss Pac-Man for that matter. And you seen what video game movies look like to people who's never played games who have very passive aggressiveness towards video games. You've seen what they look like. Helmed by people who don't care about video games, unlike Anderson, who actually do care about video games. Like I said, it's just his applications is the questionable aspect to his application. You know, I think I repeated myself incoherently there. Let me get back to Resident Evil Apocalypse. I'm gonna try to breeze through Resident Evil Apocalypse because there's not really much to say about that other than they did a decent job with the Nemesis makeup effects. They kind of improved. Well, actually, no, I take that back. They did not improve the zombie makeup at all in this movie. If you look at the zombies compared to Apocalypse to the first Resident Evil, they did a decent job with the zombies in the first movie. They did nothing with the zombies in the second movie. They just look like people with blood just thrown on them. They should have hired freaking Zack Snyder's team when they did the Dawn of the Dead remake. Now those are zombies. Those were just in Resident Evil 2. There was just people with just blood all over their face and stuff. That's it. Nothing else. It shows. It really shows. Like nobody is walking around with a missing limb. Nobody's hobbling or crawling over. Like they're crawling over, but like that's like later in the film. But that's already a paraplegic. Uh, think that dude's. I think that dude was supposed to be Oswald Spencer in this version. Can't I can't for the life of me remember names at this moment. And I usually do. I do quote names are important to me. But I should know a scientist's name in Apocalypse. I should know his daughter's name, Ashley, who is a whole can of worms itself. They're saying that the T virus was used specifically to cure her disease that was causing her to use crutches to walk. You know, actually, we're at the 2.5 hour mark. I'm gonna pause for a minute to read some of your comments. I agree with you, Schooner. Little Dallas multipass. If I do get around to do impressions, probably towards the end of the stream or in the middle of the stream, I'll probably do my Ruby Rod impression. If you guys are up for that, if you guys are up for me imitating Chris Tucker's screeching, I'll try to do a Ruby Rod impression. I do not know what that context mean, Schooner. I don't know what that means. Schooner shed some light in the Romero script. If we got to see more of Jill's legs, maybe a little more, I would have been fine with Romero's version. I don't know. I mean, you could put Quentin Tarantino attached to a Resident Evil movie. He probably would. We probably got more than just Jill's leg. We probably got her feet for some reason, quote unquote, for some reason. Owen Lister, would you want Anderson to take another crack at Mortal Kombat movie, this time with an actual R rating? Though thinking about it now, he'd make his wife the main protagonist again. I wouldn't care if he made her the main protagonist. I'd be all up for it, especially if an R rating's attached. I'd be up for it. At this point, Mila could be Sonya Blade for all I care. She could be Katana for all I care. Just make him get another chance at Mortal Kombat. In fact, take him off of movies for a minute and let's see him do a Mortal Kombat series. Let's see how he fares with a series. Brian Gilmartin. Most of Hollywood tends to hate video games and gamers these days. Scratch that. They probably always have. Yes, they have. Always. It's the mindset that most people come into whenever time they think about video games. They always, this is coming from a generation that works for a living. And you can, here's the thing, Brian, and this goes for every one of you guys. This goes for every one of you guys. Understandably, we understand, all of us. We all grew up into a world where video games were introduced. As much as you dislike their takes on video games and their mindsets towards video games, the people of old, I mean, you have to understand this. You can be upset with them. You can disagree with them, but you have to understand this. These people came from a lifestyle of working. They worked all day. Video games to them, video games to them, I will say this. Video games, video games to them were just that thing that their child plays for pastime. They were out working. So you have to understand why they look at video games the way they do. They look at video games as toys. They look at video games as devices. As now, granted, some of the working class are now into video games. Some of the old people are into video games now more than they're now that they're adapting to technology. They're catching up with us. But back then, you have to understand that they looked at games the way how we look at trends. It's nothing to them. And Hollywood kept attaching them to video games, to directors that only direct because they directed, because that was their living. They have to work. And to them, they saw video game movies as a gimmick, the way how they saw comic book movies as a gimmick, because that was a thing that they gave to their children. So to them, that was child stuff. That's why they looked at. That's why I looked at video games and the idea of a video game movie in such a mindset. Like, we all remember Roger Ebert's famous quote about video game movies, or at least video games themselves. Video games are not high art to him. But you have to understand that he comes from a lineage of people that worked for their meal. They worked for their living, their right to live, you know. So seeing that and seeing kids just sitting around plucking at a control all day, looking at a TV screen, which is nothing to them. So that's what I'm going to say right there about that mindset. Now, the mindset of video games now makes no sense at all. The mindset towards video game movies now makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. Because now video games are public conscious. Everybody knows about video games now. You see grown men with Call of Duty shirts or Overwatch shirts. You see grown men that look like they were born somewhere, I don't know, the 80s, wearing a Mario t-shirt now. So there should be no reason why that mindset should carry over like that now. Other than, oh, girls never play video games. BS. That's BS. I played Donkey Kong with my cousin, and she's a girl. I played Mario with my sister. I played Streets of Rage with my sisters. For that to be not true at all. I played Super Smash Bros. With my little sister, my baby sister. Period, man. But that's a tangent for another stream. I'm gonna speed through. I keep saying it, and yet I'm taking too long. Nemesis. We got Arthur Joni in here, guys, in the house. Nemesis, Mega Effects, decent. It's not the best makeup effects. If you look at any Nemesis cosplay, they could pretty much one shot that Nemesis design for Resident Evil Apocalypse. LJ is he's not that bad. Carlos, highlight of the film because they picked the right person to play Carlos. Carlos is a charming character in the Resident Evil games. So who better to play him than the Magi Lear from you know. I'm gonna shed some more light into that, Brian. Like I said, Odette Ferrer, who plays Carlos, is a charming dude. I like him as Carlos. Um, yeah, we later find out that Jill got super strength and agility due to being injected with the T virus for some reason. Somehow she gets infected by a small dose of the T virus, and nothing else happens other than she gets a little bit of spasms here and there. Like there's a moment where she drops and her body is like crinkling up. You got her nerves like crinkling up in here and there, but there's no threat of transformation, no mutation whatsoever from her on her part. You know, again, both you and Arthur, Johnny, and Brian, I'm gonna shed some light into. Gonna shed some light into to what you guys are saying and why Anita Sarkeesian is BS. She's propaganda bait. She's a, she's not she's more than a social justice warrior. She's a propagandist, to say the least. She that's what she is. She's a propagandist, and she's a I'm gonna call her a communist now. She's a communist. That's what they are. But mm, yeah. So you know how I praised the characters in the first movie? The characters don't get much praise in the second movie from me. Cause Terry is a nothing character. All she do is whine. She cries. She I don't really expect her to handle a gun, so I felt bad for her that Jill tried to shove a gun in her hand and make her split up when they go look for Ashley. Ashley, I call her Ashley. Her name is Angela. Oh my goodness, her name is Angela, not Ashley. Ashley's the president's daughter. Her name is Angela Ashford. I think their name was. I think they're meant to be the Ashfords. from Resident Evil Code Veronica. You guys can correct me. When in doubt, Google. Um, I should be doing that, but I'm too lazy right now. It's a lazy week. I think everybody's feeling that energy right now until Thanksgiving comes up, where everybody livens up. But I think everybody's on lazy week right now, right? Raise your hands if y'all agree. This is a lazy week for y'all until Thanksgiving comes up. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way, in advance. Which, speaking of Thanksgiving, you guys know what stream I'm doing this Thanksgiving, right? Y'all know, of all the holidays, I'm doing a stream about furries on Thanksgiving, no less. I have such timing with these streaming, don't I? The Power Ranger stream on election day. The the recent stream that I did, International Men's Day. Huh. That was interesting. But yeah, I'm doing a streaming on furries on Thanksgiving. Wow. I might as well draw an Afro turkey at this point. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Mm. Yep, furries, Brian. Furries. Anyways, so you had that epic fight with Alice. And it's a terribly shot. The, I'm ruling this out right now. At this point, the action in Resident Evil Apocalypse is terrible. Completely terrible. There's a lot of frame rate jump cuts like in the cemetery scene where they're fighting, which is funny because the zombies are digging their way out of the coffins. How is that possible? I don't think the T virus is that airborne enough to seep into the ground or anything to reanimate the dead. And if anything, their nails should be gone by now from clawing through their coffins. Those things are not paper thin. I've seen Kill Bill, man. Volume 2, which I'm gonna make people read right now. I prefer Volume 2 over Volume 1. As much as I love Volume 1, I prefer Volume 2. Because reason I know I'm derailing this stream for a minute to talk about Kill Bill, but just to let you guys know, the reason why I like Kill Bill Volume 2 more than Volume 1 is because actually caters to it really caters to Tarantino's style of writing, the slow burn writing that I like so much. That's why I like Volume 2 more so than Volume 1. Because Volume 1 does have some slow burn moments, but it does hit the gas too much in Volume 1. But Volume 2 actually has that nice slow burn before we cut into the action once more. So that's my 2 cents on. Now you know my thoughts on Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. Hmm? Ooh, that would be a huge undertaking if I do a whole entire stream about Quentin Tarantino movies. Quentin Tarantino movies? Would you guys really encourage me to do that? To do a whole stream about the entire Quentin Tarantino movies? I've seen just about all of them. I've seen Hateful Eight. I've yet to I've yet to completely see Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, but I've seen just about all of the Quentin Tarantino movies. All of them. And that would be an undertaking. That's like 9 movies straight. Me talking about 9 movies straight? Whew! I'll have to do it in parts, actually. You know what? I'll have to do it in parts, probably a 3-part stream, which I'm definitely going to be doing when I get around to doing my retrospective X-Men Evolution. Once I finish season 4 of X-Men Evolution, I'm going to be doing a multi-stream of that series. I'm gonna be doing a season by season of that one. So that's my plans for WRC going forward, probably into December maybe. I'm probably gonna do it in December. The X-Men Evolution stream, season by season. I mean, until I finish season 4, which again I looked at the episodes. I'm like, dude, these are just filler episodes. They're not. They have nothing to do with Apocalypse. How I'm gonna write it? What I'm gonna say about that season? It has nothing to do with Apocalypse that much. Not all that much. Sorry. Keep tangenting. I think I need to eat something again. Probably have a snack. Uh. Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? As a matter of Owen, if you want to be for that stream, you better watch it. You got you got to make sure. I'm giving you a window right now, so take your time. Take time enough to watch the whole entire series of X-Men Evolution. Excuse me. We're not. It's not a rewatch either. It's not gonna be a rewatch. It's gonna be an entire discussion about the seasons. Is what I'm saying, Owen. We're not doing a rewatch. It's gonna be seasons. It's gonna be like the book studies, like with Big Al and Professor Geek. That's how I'm gonna do it. So if you want to be part of it, watch the series, man. At least watch the first season. Let me know when you finish the first season, and then I'll get that set up, and we'll have I'll have you ready for it. But anyways, so another staple of the of Anderson cherry picking from the games is the nuke at the end. So we already have the time. Anderson gives another window, which is something that surprisingly figured that you know what, yeah, we can do that too. I think 3 movies per stream will be sufficient, actually. In fact, you know what, Owen, that could be this Sunday stream. Yeah, you know what, let's make that this Sunday stream. We're gonna talk about 3 of Tarantino's movies in that stream. It'll be the let's make it this Sun. If you're up for it, let me know on Twitter if you're up for this for making it this Sunday, because we haven't done anything for Sunday for a while. It's just mostly been me for this channel, right? It's supposed to be the UN Space Sea Wolf Squadron, but there's no Wolf Squadron action for a while, and I'm only doing streams to keep content going for this channel. So, and we're supposed to do a Blade rewatch too. So again, keep me posted if you got your copy of Blade yet. I'm still waiting for your confirmation on that one. That's why I haven't set up the stream for a Blade rewatch yet, because I'm waiting for you. And of course Ivan's up for it too. So, anyways, back on topic, dude. Back on topic. You're wasting time. Speed through this. Missile, warhead, nuke, window, time frame. Somehow Alice knows this. Somehow. She hasn't worked. I'm sorry, but I keep mentioning that she's a top security officer of Umbrella Company, but she should not have this much. She should not have this amount of information about Umbrella whatsoever. Oh, and by the way, they changed it because in the original game, Resident Evil 3, it was the military the president that authorized the sanitation of Raccoon City. Ah, dude, I should have confirmed that. We could have had that. Dude, my lack of communication fails me. We could have had that a long time ago. Actually, you know what, Owen? Let's do that. Let's do the Blade rewatch on Sunday. The next Sunday, we'll do the Tarantino stream. All right, we'll do the Blade rewatch this Sunday. Anyways, yeah, the military. It was the president that ordered the nuclear strike on Raccoon City in the games, whereas in the movies, it was Umbrella that ordered the nuclear strike to sanitize. And they, this is weird. This is really weird because the choice of cover up that they chose for Raccoon City's demise was a nuclear explosion. I'm like, no way in hell that's gonna work at all. No way in hell that cover up, that kind of cover would have even people debunked that. They said that the nuclear reactor exploded. That's not how from last time I checked, that's not how nuclear reactors work on that magnitude of all things. If Chernobyl is anything to go by, if a nuclear reactor actually exploded, how is Chernobyl still standing? They said a nuclear reactor destroyed, leveled the whole city, guys. A nuclear reactor leveled the whole city. I'm like, that's not how a nuclear reactor works at all, especially explosion wise. Anybody who's seen Godzilla would know that's not how that works. But that's where they went, and everybody believed that they ended up like cookies. And somehow Jill Valentine, Chris, Carlos are on the run now. LJ's on the run. They capture Alice thanks to the this is weird. No, actually no. This is not weird. She gets impaled by a wrench. No wrench. What's a wrench? Crowbar. What's the this is also stupid. They didn't close the Arthur's joint. You're correct. Blowout follow stalk soon fall stalker. Yep. It it wouldn't, especially where nuclear reactors are positioned in say a city. Oh, this is showing his enthusiasm for our future streams. But yeah, I'm saying, like, as far as a nuclear reactor is, I keep going back to nuclear reactor, and I know I'm trying to blow through this talk about the about Resident Evil 2 Apocalypse. I mean, but yeah, that the nuclear reactor would not level a whole city. It would, only thing it would do is just create nuclear winter for that city. People will be asking, well, are you guys worried that the nuclear fallout is going to spread to other states? Nobody's asking that. They make it seem like that Umbrella's unlimited resources. I keep repeating that unlimited resources were able to prevent nuclear fallout from towards other states, and I'm like, no. You should, Paul. You should have did exactly what you did with the games, like what the games did. You should have had the president launch the warhead and have Umbrella lose her stocks and trades and just get shut down. And we focus on new create. Here's one thing that Anderson should have done. Since he's all about creating new characters in this franchise, he should have created a new pharmaceutical company. And Melissa Harris is in. Sorry, I was late. Just popped in to say hi. Can't, but good luck on the stream, my friend, and see you at the Tuesday night stream tonight. if there is one. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And everybody wish her a happy Thanksgiving and her son Jake. Where was I? Yeah, he should. That's one thing Anderson should have done. He should have created a new company that replaces Umbrella, like they did, like what happened later on in the games. Because then everything else would have made sense, a lot more sense now. Like Resident Evil Extinction would have been justified. And boy, let's get into Resident Evil Extinction now. Oh, by the way, Alice has a power upgrade at the end of Resident Evil Apocalypse. So apparently she can telekinetically fry somebody's brain just by looking at them through a camera. She has much more durability than most humans. She can take tasers like somebody scoring her with a water gun or shooting her with a Nerf gun. She also has telekinesis, which is demonstrated later on in Extinction. And I think she also has she has telepathy. That or she has really good hearing. She can hear people whispering, basically. I can hear people whispering, but that's not interesting. It's not an interesting gift unless you can hear it from a distance, like vampires or Superman for that matter. But yeah, let's get on to Resident Evil Extinction, shall we? Before the 3 hour mark comes in. So let me get this straight. I saw this. Grant, I saw this movie in theaters too, with my friends. Last time I saw it with my family, with Extinction, with the Apocalypse, but with Extinction, I sat in that theater and I'm tilting my head so much so that if you were to look in my perspective, the world looked like it was sideways. Cause this is what. Oh, here's another staple of the Resident Evil movie franchise is that Alice keeps narrating the events like a previously on Resident Evil or last time on Resident Evil. You know, I do not, I do, I do not know the thought process was going through his head when he kept doing that. It's like he was afraid that his audience wouldn't know what was going on in the next movie, so he had to give a recap of everything, every event that ever happened in each movie, as if we forgot. I hate to break it to you, Paul, but you make some very memorable stuff. I don't think we're gonna forget. Goodbye, goodbye, Melissa. See you in the later stream that's coming up. I'm probably gonna have to breeze through this quickly enough because I want you guys to get ready for those streams too. I don't want to keep you guys here that long. But anyways, what am I doing? What am I saying? Yeah. So yeah, break it to you, Paul. You make some memorable stuff, dude. I don't think we're gonna forget at all. But other than that, get this, guys. The T virus is so advanced that it turned America into a desert. It dried up rivers, it dried up lakes, and America is now a desert country. The United States as a whole, and apparently everywhere else for that matter. And I'm sitting here like, what? Really? A virus is strong enough to evaporate water. I'm sorry. Somebody did not pay attention to biology. That is not what a virus does. especially a weaponized virus for that matter. That would suggest that the T virus is no longer biological, it's more mechanical. Nanomachines, son. I'm sorry, but again, I have to repeat myself. The T virus is strong enough to dry up lakes and rivers. Again, that's not how a virus works. That's not even how evaporation works. And she says it in such a smug tone too. Like oh my goodness, Mila. Now granted, okay, let me stop right there to address comments real quick. So, Schooner, America is a desert. Since when did it become Mad Max? I'm going to get into that in a bit. And Brian Gill Martin, yeah, that jump from blowing up a city to a wasteland is too drastic to make sense. It really is. And I like Owen's comment here. So they made her Tetsuo from Akira. You can, I mean, you were hoping that he wouldn't adapt the anime series or movie for that matter. Well, I think he likes a certain anime. Uh, I'm sorry, guys. Let me address the girls in gaming. See, here's the thing about the girls in gaming thing that a lot of SJWs tend to campaign on, like it's like for some reason they really believe the SJWs are they're so narcissistic to the point where they think that their experience with gamers is the same experience as every female woman that's ever played games with dudes. Nah, sister. You are the problem. Not every other woman. You are the problem. Not us and not the other women that you think are exactly like you. You are the problem. Because I played games with women a lot in my time. Trust me. Never once did they ever call me a misogynist. Though they have called me a cheater because I knew how to play the game a bit better. Not trying to throw arrogance there or try to say I was a better player than the ladies that I played against. No. No. They tend to get like that when they're trying their best to win. And you snatch victory from them. That's when they get the whole you cheated thing. And it has nothing to do with me being a dude, though. That's the thing. Nothing to do with me. They never say you cheated because you're a dude. No. They just say that you cheated because I just know the game. I played the game way more than they did, so therefore I know more about the game's mechanics than them, you know? But other than that, like, the problem with the SHWs is the fact that they think that their experience is the same experience as every other female gamer, which is not true. And I have Brian's comment highlight, and I'm addressing his comment right here real quick because I want to point this out. He says, I knew girls in school play RPGs like Final Fantasy and Legend of Dragoon. The reason why they like RPGs, Brian, because of the reader aspect of the RPGs. Women like to read. Remember that. They love to read. Grant, they do like the game. They do like the characters. But they gravitate to RPGs more so than any other games because of the reader aspect. the storybook aspect to the RPGs. And y'all can fight me in the comments if y'all think I'm BSing when I'm saying that. Mark my words. Women like RPG games more so than any other game. Grant, they do say that like, yeah, you got women that play a lot of first person shooters, action games, all that stuff, right? But but when they gravitate to RPGs, they like the reader aspect of the RPGs. That's why they play those RPGs more so than any other game genre. And you can fight me on that one. But that's why that's my assessment. Some more comments. You quote me, man. You quoting me. You quoting me. You quoting me. No, I should not be quoting. I don't want to quote Robert De Niro. Okay, Schooner Tuna. Oh wait, I already read that. Okay, Officer Joni. Not just the biology, but the chemistry and physics as well. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, and Owen Lister. If anything, the virus would have turned America into a dystopian world than a Mad Max world. Yep. Schooner about the SJWs. Think he bopping around every time I try to highlight a comment. SJWs always think they're the hero, but they are a zero. Yes. Casey Scott. Can't argue. Can't argue. My mom and sis love reading. Artificial Joey. What about visual novels? Do you do you think they are popular among women? Yes, they are. Yes, dude. Any woman who tells you, or at least any woman who's a gamer tells you that they don't play visual novels is lying to themselves. Is lying to themselves. Name any visual novel and they'll squee, dude. They will squee. Right, good morning. Heck, our very own Green Line Girl 07 loves herself some Dynasty Wars. Yep, she's living proof of that. And Cat's a gamer too. She also plays RPGs, which again, reader aspect. And if Cat, if you hear this, if that's not true, you can correct me in the comments. Any woman that catch this in the backwash, please let me your experiences in the comments. Not not saying it's a bad thing why you like RPGs. I'm saying it's natural to what you like above most of all. And that's not to say you're. And that's here's the thing, because I know I have only dudes in this chat right now. That's not to say they're incapable of liking first person shooters or action games or any of that stuff. I'm saying that they naturally gravitate towards RPGs for the reader aspect of RPGs because they love to read. You know what I'm saying? The same reason why they gravitate to platformers, mascots, cute mascots. Why do you think they have so many stuffed animals and plushies in their rooms? Come on now. They're addicted to the cute. Is what I'm saying. Not saying that, but that's not to say they're not incapable of liking something outside their preferred. Uh, not that's not to say that they're incapable of liking something outside their preferred genre. Not saying that. Just giving you the facts, guys. Just give me the facts. Don't worry, Joni. I knew what you were saying. I knew what you're saying. Uh, Here's another thing from him. I've seen several Ultimate visual novel games in the Switch eShop. Mm-hmm. Nintendo knows their market. Nintendo knows their market. They market towards kids and they market towards women too. Same thing with Sony Japan, not Sony America, Sony Japan with their visual novels on their PSPs and stuff, the Vitas and whatnot. Let's get back to Resident Evil Extinction, which is my most. Even though the action in that one is a bit more of an improvement than Resident Evil Apocalypse, I still cannot stand the idea of that of where that movie went, or the where that movie took the franchise. So you have this idea where, and this is, I'm sorry, this is it's a clever way of how you would. Sorry, Brian distracted me real quick. Let me read his comment real quick. Now that you mention it, that picture I drew of Tails with Sun Shang was something I hoped girls would get a kick out of. Well, you gotta really take in consideration, dude. Brian. When it comes to art, there are a few number of things that a lot of women would. I this is my assessment. Um, Actually, you know, actually, I'm not gonna get into that because I haven't been around women a lot of women enough to know what they like in art as far as fan art is concerned. So my suggestion for you, if um try experimenting with different mascots and different characters. See what girls will get a kick out. If anything, try the Among Us characters and and the imposter. See if the ladies will gravitate towards that. As a matter of fact, no, actually, I take that back. I take that back. They tend to gravitate to art that's trending. Whatever, excuse me, excuse me. Whatever art that is the new trend, that's where they gravitate towards trend art, not necessarily like art that you like for yourself, that you like to do for yourself. That a lot of people that are around you knows that you do for yourself that they like. They tend to go for trend art. So look at what art is trending and see if that'll see if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, get back to me on that one. Get back to me on that one. All right. I could be wrong, but from the way how I see it, most women tend to like trend art. And have fun eating dinner. And I hope you have a big dinner this Thursday. Oh, uh, if you're still here, Owen, about the Nintendo thing, it's not that they appeal to everybody. They have something for everybody. That's what I was talking about. That's what I said in Silent Graver's stream, the stream before yesterday's stream. And what I do with my art, at least, I provide something for everybody. Not provide for everybody. I provide something for everybody. That's why Nintendo's so successful. This goes for every one of you guys. The reason why Nintendo is so successful in the way that they do, in the way that their business practices are, they provide something for everybody. They don't go out of their way to please everybody. They just provide something for everybody. There is a something for someone and a something for another someone. Something for everybody. There is a something for certain groups. That's why they're successful. And I that's the reason why I do my art the way I do. I do art for me mostly, yes, but at least I provide something for everybody. For anybody who has a butt fetish, that's provided. For those who have a leg fetish, that's provided. For those who have a foot fetish, well, can't say I don't know. I don't know if there's anybody who liked my work simply for the feet, because I mostly draw furry women and furry dudes. But I mean, it's something for those who like it, you know. But yeah, that's why. Yeah, Nintendo's successful is because they provide something for everybody. For Mario fans, granted, they're a little bit slow on something for everybody too, because we still have yet to get anything from Metroid Prime 4 or any Metroid game. Period. We have yet to get anything from Star Fox aside from Star Fox for the Wii U. That's about it. But Mario is for. Well, here's the thing. Mario's not something that is for everybody. You know. And as a matter of fact, Mario is that something for everybody. And There's been a lot of versions of Mario over the years that was provided for something for everybody. You know. So there's that. Let me get back to Resident Evil. I know I'm like getting too distracted and going on tangents here and there. But I think that's why you guys tune in for these streams. Y'all just want to hear me tangent and rant and sometimes go all over the place. That's probably what just let me know in the chat. Do you guys just enjoy me just talking? Period. Just talking and just saying what's ever on my mind, wherever it is that I get off my chest here and there. Let me know in the comments. Um, extinction. I don't know why it's called extinction because there's no extinction event. Well, technically, zombies overall in the country is pretty much an extinction event, but still, like, there's still the human race that are like holed up in colonies and whatnot. But I was going to point out that how stupid this whole premise was, but it's kind of smart to it's smart in a way that we get to see people in different locations, but it's also dumb because the way how Alice points out is the fact that people are now roving caravans, right? They are now supposedly there are people that are driving down the roads to keep going because if they stop, they know that they'll get snuffed out by zombies, which is never really the case all the time. You know, we have Dread 2012 Death. Welcome him, everyone. He's becoming a regular now. That's gonna be again. That's gonna be weird saying that because my screen, my username in many of art sites is Dread Wolfclaw. So it's gonna be fun to keep saying your name in the comments whenever you do bring up a good point or a point of discussion. But I agree with both of you Arfis, Joni, and Casey Scott. We are long denied of an F-Zero game. Far overdue, if you ask me, especially when we're still getting racing games on the Xbox One and PS4, and we're still getting Mario Kart through Nintendo, and they have yet to make a new F-Zero. Really? That's good. That's good to hear, Schooner. Even though sometimes I tend to stir a lot and get incoherent and get too distracting and all that stuff. I'm glad that you enjoy it, all things considered on that regard. But it's so stupid how they open up with this premise that everybody is driving down the roads and sticking to the roads and being safe on the roads. Granted, there are times when they do rest to get supplies and look for supplies and stuff like that. But like that line needed to be rewritten. Is what I'm saying from Alice herself. That line needed to be rewritten. It was like I'm a literal person sometimes. I take what you say literally at times. So when you say we stick to the roads, we keep moving, I'm like, I expect you guys to keep going and keep moving like Mad Max Fury Road. And somewhere along the way they get refueled by tanker trucks on the road. And somebody take the wheel every once in a while when the driver has to take a nap or something. You know? Granted, they do have a system where when they do stop, they plant down these motion trackers. You have Alice. Uh, why? Okay, I understand why. The At the end of Apocalypse, they're watching her. They're monitoring her through her eyes. In the novelization, she killed Angela. Yeah, in the novelization of Extinction, it was said that Alice killed Angela, or I think Angela was supposedly killed by zombies. I'm not sure. Which that I don't think that should have been the I've not read the novelization of Resident Evil Extinction, or any novelization that explains Angela's passing. But my take on Angela's passing would have been she ran out of she was she would have died because she didn't have the she ran out of the antivirus. Because if she stopped taking the antivirus, who knows what T-virus would have done to her body. And let's just say that if she ran out of her antivirus and she started mutating, that would have been justification for Alice to kill her. It would have been sad too. But from what I heard, they said that she got killed by zombies, which was I don't think that was that. I don't think that would have been a good way to go for her character in the novelization. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying this, because this is the reason why Angela is not in this movie. Of course, the actress was probably not available at the time, but they had to write her death away off screen. They don't even mention they don't even mention Angela in this movie at all. Like not one line of dialogue about Angela and why she's not with them no more. Weird. Well, we know why now, but you guys know why now. Sorry, I got distracted there by the car horn sound. Um, you know what? I wish there was Damien X. I wish there was. If anything, commit to it and do tongue in cheek. But I don't think they had enough money to get the license. Yeah, yeah, we can all relate. It sucks too, because it leads me to be gullible at times when I hear somebody say something. But so I already touched upon Angela and her absence in this franchise. Considering how important she was in the second movie, you know, so she was completely pointless. Um, LJ, what do I say about LJ? Because this was so they do a whole routine sweep of a motel. He gets attacked twice and gets bit for his troubles, and nobody checks him. I mean, freaking Carlos came in and saved his behind and didn't even check to see if he got bit or not. and LJ hides the bite. And throughout his whole entire arc through this whole movie is him hiding the fact that he's going to be a zombie soon. It really degrades his character. Cause yeah, it really degrades his character because I think in the yeah, in Apocalypse he showed a bit of companionship with other people. Like there's a moment in the scene where after Jill get Jill suggests that they split up, and Terry says, "I'm not a fighter. I never shot a gun before in my life." And LJ suggests that he would go with her to be her protector. You know, so it really irks it really upsets me the fact that they made him into like a bleeding a coward in this. Well, not necessarily a coward per se, but just like for him to hide the fact that he got bit by a zombie from his peers. It's like he was afraid of death. He's afraid of dying, or at least he's afraid of committing suicide for to save his friends. But at the same time, dude, you're gonna die. You might as well just tell them so they can just kill you right there on the spot. You're going to die anyways. That virus is going to kill you, and you will reanimate, and you're going to want to eat people. Do you really want that on your conscience? Is what I'm saying. Yeah, that irked me a bit. It's not even it's not even a racial thing either. It's not even a racial thing. It's like it's a character thing. It's like that's so stupid. He's going through that whole motion. Just he keeps looking at the bite too. I'm like, dude, just tell them, let them kill you. It's better than just hiding it and you just become one of them and you're attacking your friends because you're too cowardly to tell them and you're afraid of dying. You're gonna die, dude. But I'm jumping ahead. Let me get back into Adventures with Alice being alone. So, oh, another tidbit. She gets into a scuffle with a bunch of cannibals and rapists, which was funny. If I they also have Cerberus for entertainment. They thought like, hey, hang on, ain't y'all supposed to be cannibals? Wouldn't you be tainting your food if you feed them to the dogs? I mean, come like these people made no sense whatsoever. Like first they're cannibals, then they're rapists, and then they also throw people in a gladiatorial like ring and six Cerberus dogs on them. They were really trying to play up how crazy the world has become in this post-apocalypse setting, which I'm like, and don't get me wrong, the whole aspect about excuse me. Sorry about that, everyone. Um, yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not to say I don't want to see assault or anything anything like rape in a movie or say a show or even any medium. That's a topic that needs to still it still has a place in the medium, but it needs to be handled with care. Of course, it has to be handled with care, especially when you want to talk about serious topics like assault. Only person I know that's ever done that correctly or handled with care has always been Kentaro Miura from Berserk. Which, say what you will about Berserk and its sexual assault scenes, he actually does it really well. And the reason why I say I have no problem with that much, despite my uncomfortableness when it does come up, and I do get uncomfortable when it comes to seeing scenes of rape and sexual assault, really uncomfortable. I am okay with it because it does happen in real life. That's not like for people to say it should not always be a go-to tool. They're lying, for one, because they're in denial about the real world. You know what I'm saying? They're very in denial about the real world. They're especially the social progressives, very in denial about the real world, concerning the possibilities of anybody committing evil and other forms of evil. They're very naive. I wouldn't say they're naive. I would say they're ignorant. They are under the impression they're under the impression that it happens, but it only happens only towards women. It can happen to men too, as demonstrated in Berserk. Children, boys are molested by the Count of Tudor, the Duke of Tudor. Guts was also sexually assaulted by his mercenary band per purchase of his adopted father. And even Casca, let's not even forget her assault, or the black dog, the black yeah the black dog knights. It's just that when you if that's your here's advice for you guys. If you guys want to tackle that subject, do not go into that with a thought of, well, I'm going to put a race scene here. No, you gotta go with the mindset that you got to think of the aftermath. You got to think of the effects, the consequences, and the healing. Never go into to thought, well, I'm just going to put a rape scene in and just be done with it. No, no, don't do that. Also, go with the mindset that this does stuff like this does happen in your world. It happens in your world. It's it's a thing that happens, you know. But it's not. It's frowned upon. So, like, well, where I'm going with this is that, yeah, yeah, Artificer. Dude, that chapter was rough. Dude, that chapter was. I got through that chapter just fine, but that sticks with you after a while. Excuse me. And Schooner. He says, I love Berserk. It does not shy away from bad things and does not romanticize it. They show it in all its horrors and more. Exactly. That's, like I said, that's the only book series I've seen. That and Goblin Slayer. Though Berserk does it better. Goblin Slayer does not shy away from stuff like that either. There's horrific stuff in Goblin Slayer that does get talked about in Goblin Slayer, and it also gets talked about in Berserk. But as far as Resident Evil Extinction concerned, um it falls under that category. Well, we're just gonna put it in. That's it. I mean, of course, Alice is fine. She kicked the dude chin in, and he died for it. But I'm like, really? These people overpowered her. Really? They got the drop on her like that? Really? Don't Alice, last time I checked, you can melt a dude's brain just by looking at him. So why weren't you doing that? Especially like you could have looked at one of those dudes and melt their brain that was holding your arms. You see what I'm saying, guys? When you establish something that a person can do, there should be no reason why she could not get out of that. I mean, granted, she did get out of her situation. It was ridiculous, yes, but like this movie franchise it never ceases to amaze me how dumb it is. So she got out of that. They all died through the Cerberus. She writes on, and we don't never come back to that. You realize that, right? We never come back to that. Nor does we ever run. No, nor do these guys ever run into people like that. You see, I don't understand how Umbrella is still functioning at this point either, because they're in underground facilities, and they're talking. Granted, they're talking about how their how supplies and resources are running low now, because no more economy. I don't understand how they're still trying to keep operations going with the way the world is, and when they should be fixing their problems now, like Shinra and Advent Children. You know, but this is also the first movie that finally introduces Wesker, which was interesting because he pops in and he doesn't look all that impressive to me. Now that the replacement came in Afterlife. That's funny because he looks. I will say this. I will say this. The actor who plays Wesker in Afterlife has the right physique. He doesn't have the grandiose too. Granted, the you know what? I take that back. He's actually the better actor. The one in Extinction, he's decent. His design is decent too, but man, oh man, does he? He just he's a nothing character in this franchise. He's a nothing character. Even when we finally get to Afterlife, he's a nothing character. But I'm gonna speed through Extinction. So, and Extinction also finally introduced the Tyrant through the very guy who made Nemesis and Alice. Oh, and we had Ashanti as Nurse, and we had a teenage girl named Kmart. Why? Because they found her in Kmart, so you changed her name. I I'm curious as to what her original name was, but you know what? If her original name is terrible, then I'm like, well, let's go with Kmart then. I'm like, did she forget? Did she forget to name? Because I don't think that she was born after the apocalypse happened. I'm pretty sure she was born during the apocalypse, so I'm pretty sure she would know her name. Why would they? The way how she says it is it again. I'm literal minded, guys. I'm very literal minded. The way how she's saying it sounds like that when they found her, they gave her that name, and that's what stuck. Not a nickname, guys. Not a nickname. They renamed her Kmart. You know, which I find I'm head tilting here because she says that to Alice when Alice finally reunites with them, and she puts them back on the plot, which is get to Arcadia. But I'm like, that's your backstory? Is that when they found you in a Kmart, so therefore your name is now Kmart? Your name is Kmart! Not kidding. uh, and mind you guys, This was not Paul S. W. Anderson's directing. Anderson did not direct this movie. He was he originally was going to stop at Apocalypse. He wanted to focus on something else. He was going to be done with the Resident Evil movies. He came back for Afterlife and committed to the later movies after. That's why I said I keep repeating this. I keep repeating this. But his passion. That's why I said his passion was for this movie franchise was waning because originally he didn't want to do no more films. That's why the directors changed. But yeah, this is also where we get Claire Redfield, played by Ali Larter from Heroes and some other movies that, for the life of me, can't. Well, obsessed with Beyonce and Idris Elba, but that's about it. And that's all we know of Ali Larter. Them nice zingers right there, Schooner. Some nice zingers right there. As I said, I'm not. That's it. I'm not gonna harp on it too much. But it's still dumb. Still dumb. Oh, yeah. As far as Claire Redfield, I did not like this portrayal of Claire Redfield at all. Um, she's Claire in name only, but there's some aspects of her character from the games. Is there? She does care about the people. That's part of her caravan. She treats everybody like family. She treats everybody with respect too. So yeah, but I don't think Ali Lara did a good job playing Claire Redfield. I think that was my main issue with this portrayal of character. I don't think that was the right actress to play her. Now, if I had to cast Ali Lauder for any Resident Evil character in movie, I would go with probably Jill. Not well. Okay, I'll take that back. The actress they have for Jill is good, but Ali Lauder probably would have been Jill for me, maybe, or or she would have been y'all give me some female characters from Resident Evil. Well, y'all, I think she would probably worked as you know what? If I wanted to adapt the Code Veronica, I know I said in the last stream. Most of you guys probably didn't see that. I know I would have casted Mila Jokovic as Alexia, but maybe even Ellie Lauder, maybe I'm not sure, but definitely I know Mila would have been Alexia, definitely Alexia. If I wanted to cast her as a villainess, she would have been Alexia for Code Veronica adaptation. If I wanted to do a Code Veronica adaptation, um, oh, get this, the Las Vegas scene. I'm sorry, I don't think Las Vegas would have been that would have been that buried beneath the sand like that. It makes no sense geologically either, or at least it. Well, no, um, geology, geology. Yep. I don't think it makes sense geologically. I do not think that they would roll towards Las Vegas and end up being stories level on par with the buildings like that. You guys can correct me. Anybody who studied geology or study how weather works, I do not think that Las Vegas would have been cut. A lot of people point that out too, and I'm inclined to agree. I don't think Las Vegas would have been that covered in sand like that, despite the dust storms and stuff like that. I don't think dust storms would have done that. They they did give a year, how many years it has been since the yeah, since the country has been a complete desert. I don't think it's a grant. It's a good set piece. It's a nice set piece, but I don't think it will. I don't think Las Vegas will look like that at that at that at that long. Especially, I don't know. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, guys. Or if you guys did do I'll probably do the research on my own time. But like, if you guys don't do it now, y'all can do it in the comments or in the comments in the after watch in the back watch. But yeah, I like that's a bit of a stretch. Good set piece though, very good set piece. Uh, that was that was an interesting teaser though when they do the regenerate teaser again and instead it's a pullback. It's like a callback to Fallout 3. It's a pullback and you got this whole Las Vegas and desert. Anyways, speeding on. Umbrella's creating super zombies. Yes, super zombies that don't eat, they just kill in an attempt to domesticate zombies. I think his name was Isaacs. Yeah, Isaacs was the one that was trying to do the domestication, so they can use them to rebuild society. That's his plan. It's dumb. It's really dumb. Also, he gets bit by one of those super zombies, and he's injecting himself like a heroin addict to cure himself of the T virus with the antivirus, and yet somehow it turns him into a tyrant for some reason. They don't explain why that's possible. Was anybody ever happy that a tyrant was introduced into this movie franchise? Y'all let me know in the comments. Well, y'all at the very least. Oh, by the way, they were also cloning a lot of Alice's. They were cloning Alice, trying to get the original. Why? Because she was successful enough to. She was a successful grafter of the T virus, meaning she's a super soldier that cannot be corrupted by the T virus. She somehow bond with it, as was stated in Apocalypse. She was able to. Her body was able to bond with the T virus, so that's why she's not in any danger of mutating beyond her control, which is dumb. Yes, I mean, and they put these clones through obstacles, life and death obstacles. I mean, and they got them buried in an open grave where zombies are literally surrounding their entryway around the cage. They're all over like a big old crowd, guys. And they got these dead bodies rotting in an open grave, mind you. I'm like, why are they putting these clones into these obstacles? Why not sample the blood when you have successfully cloned them? If Alice was able to bond with the T virus, then it stands to reason that a clone could also have bonded with it all the same. You cloned her and the bonded T virus. Granted, I do not think. Excuse me. Anyways, sorry about that, guys. I had to mute myself real quick. Yeah, like I said, they could have just sampled the blood from the clone. They have it. They could have synthesized the blood and try to work from there. They keep talking about they need the original Alice. I'm like, bro, you got the original Alice blood. You don't need to find the original Alice. That was a stupid plot point in that movie. Like they really needed the original Alice to find a way to a domesticate the to find a way to domesticate the super zombies and to be able to have a controlled T virus that can bond with human genetics, just like she did. Dude, you have her blood. Let me repeat, you have her blood. That's all you need. I hate this. This is guys. This is around the time when sci-fi movies were trying to be too scientific to the point where they're so overly complicated to where you can actually simplify their over their convolutedness. They're trying to appear smart too. It's funny how they try to do it to appear smart, but you're actually more smarter than them. Even if you don't think that you're the sharpest tool in the galaxy, you're way more smarter than the writers that wrote these science fiction movies. It's sad if when you really think about it. But let me jump ahead. So we lost Ashanti through the crows. Yeah, we finally get infected crows in this movie too, in this movie franchise. And sadly, we don't get them again, or bats for that matter, or even as I believe I think it was Brian Gilmore that pointed out that we don't get large spiders or scorpions like in Resident Evil Zero. This could and it's funny because they mentioned that the T virus spread throughout throughout the country. You mean to tell me not one of these animals got mutated to be giant animals whatsoever? No giant tarantulas, no giant scorpions, nada. I mean, Resident Evil Outbreak came out that year, or at least a year before that movie, before Extinction came out. So it's not outside of the realm of possibility that animals could have been mutated. And goodbye, Schooner. Thanks for joining us. I'm probably gonna have to wrap this up to speed this up along because I think I'm losing some of you guys. You guys are fading on me. So yeah, um, that's Resident Evil Extinction. So the Tyrant has healing abilities. We got a fight between Alice and him. She used her telekinesis and stuff like that. Finally, and somehow he's got telekinesis for some reason. I'm like, last time I checked, I don't think you injected Alice's blood into you. Casey Scott. I mean, she. Here's another trippy feat about her. She can actually hack a satellite with her mind in space from her location. She can short circuit a satellite with telekinesis. Methinks that Owen is onto something here. Methinks that some of these guys liked Akira a bit too much. But that's a mystery in itself. So we got Claire taking what's left of our convoy that perished due to the crow attack and the super zombie attack. We also had a few action beats here and there. I mean, like I said, the action was a bit better in here than Resident Evil Apocalypse, but the geography was still bad, still bad. Well, actually, no, I take that back. The geography was actually decent, and LJ finally turns to a zombie. He gets killed for a show. Bites Carlos, which he has to go to, and he goes out in the blaze of gory. Oh yeah, people are obsessed with cigarettes in this movie. So every time they keep asking them, do they have a cigarette? And LJ seemed to have a had weed stashed, and well, you know what? He took one for the team, and he smoked it in the name of LJ. So there you have it. I mean, and there was a bit of romance between him and Alice too, which was interesting. They don't really explore that much. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a full blown romance, but there was something there between them. You know, there's a moment where he tells them that like you should have stayed. You know, where'd you go after that? And why'd you take me with you? You know, there was I gotta tell you, Older Ferrer does those emotional beats really good. Like he really shows the humanity in the characters he plays. But yeah, that's basically most of the original cast from the start. Like we lost LJ, we lost Carlos, and now we've gained Claire and Kmart as far as named characters, not named characters, main and named. Let's go with that. Main and named. Just to clarify, um, main being they're the ones that are driving the plot. Named meaning that you know their names, but they don't really contribute much. That's why I call them named. I know their names, but I also know that they don't contribute much to the plot at all. Some of them in the later films they became cannon fodder. Funny how I use that term now. I don't like using that term cannon fodder because I tend to value all the characters regardless of what their position is. But let's get into Resident Evil Afterlife. Like we all know that she finally kills the tyrant and all that stuff through the freaking laser grid. Oh my goodness, they love that laser grid so much in this franchise. Anyways, uh oh, this movie also introduced the White Queen, and also introduced it also a sequel base that shows that Alice is going to now take out Umbrella using her army of cloned sisters. Which I again I saw Afterlife in the theaters. And y'all must wonder, why do I torture myself with this franchise at that time when this franchise was still going? That and the Underworld franchise. Which is funny because I say Underworld's my favorite franchise between the two, and yet the only movie I've saw in theaters that was Underworld related was Blood Wars, and that was terrible. Yet I managed to watch the Resident Evil movies. It's save for the first movie and final chapter in theaters. Funny how that works. Afterlife. So movie starts off strong because Anderson comes back, but Anderson has a new way of shooting action now. And this is around the time when we start introducing 3D as a viable addition to theaters now. Well, rather, 3D was making a comeback. 3D was finally making a comeback. This is where we get the 3D where we're getting movies that were made to be three dimensional. And that was my first experience of using 3D glasses, which The 3D wasn't really all that bad, to say the least. In some parts, it could have been. That's granted. Granted, this is before it got better, especially with IMAX. But 3D back then was like really gimmicky. But there were moments where it did work in some parts of Resident Evil Afterlife. Um, I think I'm fading out now. I'm gonna see if I have to. Just gonna have to breeze through this, guys. Actually, I didn't see Retribution in theaters. Actually, anyways, not much to really say about. Actually, you know what? I'll group Afterlife and Retribution together. So Anderson really loves slow mo. So much so, there was slow mo in scenes where the characters just looked at each other and moved slightly, like the fight between. Oh wow, he introduced Ouroboros in this movie with no explanation as to how the zombie the zombies that they used for Afterlife were the zombies from Resident Evil 5, and somehow they know how to swim, and apparently they know how to dig underground. And I like Angry Joe's review of Afterlife. Zombies don't swim. They do not dig underground. So yeah, zombies can burrow underground now, and they can swim apparently. Also, we got the Magini. They're finally remembered the Magini. They're basically the Magini from Resident Evil 5. I'm like, what? How? Where these come from? How'd you get these? Nobody mentioned Ouroboros. It's still the T virus. Oh, it's still the T virus. Oh, that's stupid. That is still stupid. Stop being stupid. Anyways, uh, so we we find out in this movie that Archaea is a sham. That was the whole thing. That was the whole point about Extinction was to get them to Archaea. Archaea is a sham. It's owned by Umbrella in a tanker boat, a tanker ship of all things. Apparently, there's a lab. Oh, by the way, New New Wesker versus Alice in the beginning versus the clones. The clones died very inconsequential because they were a big thing at the end of Extinction. More wire physics and wire food on the part of Mila Jokovich's fighting style, or at least Alice's fighting style, with a bit of superpower of telekinesis. Each all the clones have the same powers as she do, so I'm questioning whether how she's able to lose that many clones over the course of fighting Umbrella. I don't understand that. I will say this: the music in in Afterlife was actually not that bad. I actually liked I really like the music. It's leagues better than Apocalypse and Extinction's music, because I could not stand Apocalypse's music. Though Afterlife and Retribution was a bit better, a lot better. And we also get the introduction of Chris Redfield, played by Wentworth Miller, which I'm sorry, not the great cast. And this is Wentworth Miller when he was doing Prison Break. So they have him locked up in a prison. Ironic. Ha ha ha, Anderson. Ha ha ha. But kudos to Miller. He did fine. He was all right. Personally, I would have went with Sam Worthington, but Sam Worthington's a block of wood. At times. At times. Then there's mm, Kim Coates from Sons of Anarchy. But I forgot his character's name in that movie. He was a cat in Afterlife. I mean, not Sons of Anarchy. I know who he played in Sons of Anarchy. Sons of Anarchy is my show, guys. I love that family. Going to 4 hours, and I think I'm losing every one of you guys. That's why I'm actually speeding through this so that you guys can gear up for the next stream later on. And I'm gonna address Gil Martin's coming here. So Alice is basically finished from X-Men. Yeah, until she was for a time until Wesker freaking ejected her with a limiter that disables her powers. That happened in that movie, so she's depowered. Yet somehow she's still able to perform such feats like shimmying down a building with zombies raining down from the rooftops. She has these coins that she can load up in a shotgun, shoot them like bullets and stuff, which a lot of people call BS on that on the chances of that working. Funnily enough, that comes up again in Retribution where she uses it to kill a pilot in a jet, or no a VTOL, if you will. Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't aerial fighters windshields are durable enough, like very durable enough to take enough of an impact from objects? Movies tend to make them out to be like easily penetrable. Like say for instance, Avatar, the blue people, when they shoot their arrows, I'm like, no way. I mean, they can bounce off for a while until one be able once it's weakened enough, yeah. But the way how Alice shoots it with the coins, it really showed like as if they mm, it really showed them strong enough to penetrate a windshield. I mean, granted, they were strong enough to penetrate concrete due to the impact, but still, like, that's where he. It's funny. It's funny how I mentioned how ridiculous his action got over the years. There was a time in an interview they had a deleted scene, or rather, they had a alternate ending for the first Resident Evil, where Alice goes up to the front desk of an Umbrella corporate building, and in his vision, Anderson's vision of that scene was that she was going to Alice was going to pull out this big F-all cannon, and get this, guys, the missile attachment of that gun will fire missiles that crisscross into one another. I'm like, dude, I'm so glad you didn't go through with that idea, because that looks that would have looked stupid visually. Or at least I think what he was going to do was missiles were going to spin around each other, not necessarily crisscross. Like, but if you look at that interview, the way how he did it, it suggests that he was going to make it was three missiles, right, and two of them was going to crisscross amongst each other like fish crisscrossing amongst each other. That's what he was intending for that scene to play out. Again, so glad he didn't do that, but that didn't stop the ridiculousness that he did in Retribution, the where the team from the first movie got cloned, and apparently including Carl's. I'm sorry, how were they able to collect Carl's DNA? I'm sorry, he went clone crazy over the course of the movies. It was getting on my nerves. That's where Now I repeated this so much. I'm going to have to really address it now. Where here's where I say his passion for this movie franchise waned when it got to Retribution, because Afterlife was still off to a nice start. At least it was going to it finally got rid of the clones. It's blatantly obvious that Anderson did not care for the clones. Again, he did not direct Extinction. Somebody else did. Somebody else introduced the clones. And that was Anderson saying, you know what? Clones don't matter. We're not doing the clones. Clones are done. Gone. Boom. No more. It's going to be Alice. Stick with Alice. We're not going to focus on the clones. You know? All the better for it, because, yeah. A whole movie full of Mila Jokovic lookalikes with different hairstyles and stuff. I mean, granted, it would be cool and all that stuff, but no. Would work better as its own movie. As its own movie. Like whatever happened to Monday. Anybody ever seen Whatever Happened to Monday? If not, check it out. Check out Whatever Happened to Monday. Good movie. Good movie. Um, but then he went all for the clone thing. He went right back to the clone thing. I do not know why he did that, especially in Retribution, especially with the way how he retcon everything in this whole franchise with Retribution. Everything, everything is a retcon. Even the Red Queen comes back, and it's a different actress, by the way. Completely different actress. Looks totally evil. Let's not forget that Afterlife also ripped off a scene from Resident Evil 5 with Wesker, and he just really wanted to lean on the fan service there, where he Wesker talks as if he knows Chris and Claire. Well, he should know Claire already, because he puts a mind control device on her. Yeah, I knew you were gonna point that out, Damien. Now that you mentioned it, I thought I was like, you know what? I wouldn't put it past them that they took their DNA while they were taking their physical with blood tests and stuff like that. I wouldn't put it past them. But that's the whole point. That's the only that's the issue I have with Retribution, because Retribution completely retcons the premise of Umbrella, where they have these simulated outbreak tests with these clones, and they're simulating outbreaks, and they're selling the T virus to the highest bidder, like Russia, of course it's Russia, or Germany, of course it's Germany, or even Afghanistan, of course it's Afghanistan, because yes, we have to make them the evil, which two of those are true, two of them. I'm not gonna say which ones, but still, like, that was the of all the dumb premises that this movie franchise can go, that is by far the dumbest. And let's not even get into final chapter for that matter, because Retribution ends on. I know, I know. I should say more about Afterlife and Retribution, but you know what? It's 4 hours. I might as well just speed on through. I didn't even watch final chapter, but I know exactly what happened in final chapter, which Alice becomes the savior of mankind, and she sacrifices herself. But no, she doesn't. She's still alive. She's riding through for a new adventure. And oh no, there's a big giant Resident Evil 5 creature flying after her. Yeah. I have really nothing else to say about the last three movies, because, like I said, Afterlife did try to go off to a new promising start after Ascension, and it seems like it. Again, Damien, that's a good one. That's a good one, Damien. It have potential to go in the direction where things can get really interesting, and I was holding out hope that things can get interesting now that Anderson came back. but he committed to the clone thing in Retribution, and then that gets ridiculous in Final Chapter, with which we have a clone of Isaac's, and then we have another clone of Isaac's, and then we have another clone of Alice, and then we have another clone of Alice, then we have the original Alice, who is a stand-in for Angela in Apocalypse. I'm like, oh, and it's fun to see Mila Jokovic in terrible old age makeup. And surprisingly she's still the bad guy in this movie. Last time I checked, I think she's also still the villain, and she ends up dying anyways, or she ends up growing a conscience. Then she fights Isaacs. Wesker dies in an embarrassing way. People keep saying he dies by a door slamming on his leg, but he does. Well, somebody finishes him off. Yes, they put a bullet in his head, and it's not by Alice, mind you. Alice didn't pull the trigger on him. It was somebody else. Fancy that one. But man, that's where things went completely downhill with this franchise. And again, Underworld's I gotta say this, Underworld's better. Despite its flaws, Underworld is better. It's really not it's again, even with Underworld with its flaws, it's more coherent to some extent, and it's more consistent to some extent. Whereas Resident Evil franchise in itself just throws consistency and coherency out the window completely. So I messed up at the end of Underworld. I was going to tell you what I was going to do for Underworld had I helmed the writing, or if I were to reboot Underworld. I might as well tell you guys right now in a quick sitting. So with Underworld, I would have made Lucian the hybrid this time, and just make Michael a special kind of hybrid due to his blood being tied to Covenus. Um, Second movie would have been uh, for lack of a better term, a custody battle. Celine would want Michael to come with her, but Lucian wants him to come with him because the Lycan. Um, it would be more of them trying to train them on how to fight, because now they're on the run. Lucian would not die. Lucian would survive, and he will be the hybrid, whereas Michael will be the special Lycan, the more powerful Lycan. But it would end with Michael leaving with Celine, because at that point they would have formed a relationship, or an organic relationship by this point. And I forgot what I was going to do if they were if they wanted me to do more sequels. But I know that's why I would have ended the second sequel on, which Michael would have went with Celine, and Lucian will still try to rally his get more Lycans on his crusade to stop the vampire covens. If we were to introduce other covens and other hybrids, hybridization would have been a big major factor too. Whereas in uh, Underworld Prime, I'm going to call it that, Underworld Prime, it started to become less important as the movies came about. It started to become more of a power upgrade than a big deal. Like, no mixing of the species has ever been done. That's supposed to be a big deal, unless you have the blood of Corvinus. Now it's just something that it's like what Vegeta says. Uh, what did I'm not gonna try to quote Vegeta. It's been too long. or maybe I'm just too hungry at the moment to remember a line from Dragon Ball Z. But yeah, we're at 4 hours. I guess I'll just stop it right here because most of you guys are fading now. Uh, Thank you guys for watching. So let me go over for what's going on this week thus far. Uh, WCR this Thursday we'll be talking about furries. Same time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Tonight's stream will probably be on Troy's channel or Professor Geek's channel. I think, yeah, it will be Troy's channel, and they're doing a classic movie. That's what I heard. Wednesday will be Songs with Birdman with H Boomer and Daniel Herron. Also, will be sharing that spot will be Green Lion Girl. I believe she'll still be doing the Hitman games, the Hitman game, or she'll be doing the Final Fantasy VII remake. She'll be continuing that along, and I'll be all there for it. Thursday after my stream will be. I think Fanman's got something going on Thursday, or maybe Troy or Big Al. One of those guys. Friday, something from Fanman or Big Al. Saturday, I think Troy's got something going on, or Mapacelli. I think Mapacelli has something Saturday. Maybe. So subscribe to Nair's Network if you haven't. Hit that bell, please. Please watch her box video. Oh, Green Lantern Girl's off this week. That's okay. Never mind. And there's a siren. What is going on out there? I haven't been outside, guys. Not for this whole week. Not even since last week. Sunday, me and Owen Lister will finally do the Blade stream, I guess, since I just loudly proclaimed it in the middle of the stream. So that'll be me. Later on will be Study Hall, or probably overlapping with me will be Study Hall. And that will be hosted by H Boomer with his co-host Troy Pacelli. Later on will be me and Master Matchstick doing a We Watch. As always, me co-hosting Matchstick's We Watches, him being the main host. I believe Friday maybe Matchstick might have a gaming stream, and I'll be for that too as well. Monday will be Sound Engraver's Monday Night Muse, where you should go and check out because she has some very insightful things to talk about, especially when it comes to writing, when it comes to art, when it comes to things creativity wise. Definitely check her out. And also, before that happens, you now have the Catholic Bible Geek doing his Bible studies. He'll be talking about the Bible, the passageways, and spreading the word of the Lord. So I suggest you check that out. Yeah, Casey Scott. Sounds like man. I live in California. It seems like we're zombies out here at this point. But that's been this has been your werewolf, your wolf commander, Wolf 10 Media, WRC. Tuesdays and Thursdays, 2:30 Eastern.